So really before I get into what we're going to be doing here today, I want to take you back a few years to when I was, thank you, giving a keynote talk at the Jason Foundation Educators Conference. And I was up on stage and telling people about deep sea exploration in my career and looking for shipwrecks and finding new species and all sorts of amazing things, and also the need to diversify the field of ocean exploration and how we do that with curriculums and internships and all sorts of wonderful things. And after I finished, one of the teachers came up to me and said, well, you know, most African Americans can't swim. I'm going to click through a couple slides here. And she asked me how many oceanographers can swim. I said, well, pretty much everybody I know can swim. And she said, well, maybe rather than, or in addition to all of these internships and curriculums, maybe you should find out a little bit more about this and how can we ignite passion for the ocean at a much earlier age. So I went home and did a little bit of research, and according to the USA Swimming Foundation, these are the stats on swimming in the United States. 40 to 64% of people have little to no swimming ability. And so it really got me thinking about all of the people with whom I work, and everybody swims and surfs and scuba dives and kite surfs and does all sorts of crazy things. And this is not scientific, but I have no doubt that we all got into this field because of those early passions that were kindled, because we loved being at the beach. I know that's true for me, and I know that's true for many of you in this room. And so it got me thinking about how can we be more intentional about those what are now serendipitous decisions that are made, and broadening from play, what are some of the other ways that we can really ignite those passions at an early age? So when I found out that NOAA was looking for a host for the 2018 forum, I just was beside myself with excitement. It was like, we need to do this. And they wanted it to be on broadening participation and engagement in exploration. It was like, well, we need to do it here. And so I really am stoked to have you all here today. And really so that we can dig into this question of how we can spark this passion, spark people to be all hands on deck, and to how do we get everybody on Earth on board with knowing why the ocean's important. So broadening out from play, we decided on 6 themes that we'd be addressing over the next couple of days. And the others include imagining a bright, optimistic future for the ocean through storytelling, wonders of awe and wonder, rather than doom and gloom, which is often the case. How do we immerse people physically in the ocean more, but also bring experiences to people who can't experience it firsthand themselves? How do we touch hearts and souls through creative arts of all kinds? I made those. With one of our speakers' patterns. How do we create tools for people to explore for themselves? And through all of these things, how do we connect people to the ocean and to each other? So we have an amazing lineup of speakers for you to talk about all of these different themes over the next 2 days in the mornings. In the afternoons, we have several different workshops that, again, talk about these themes. And we have the opportunity to interact with some demos of current research in these fields. And we intentionally made this event as participatory as possible. Probably everyone sitting in this room could be on one of these panels, could be one of the workshop leaders. We're really excited for you all to be here and really want to draw from your expertise and experiences. And please, please speak up when we're doing all of these things. So on a related note, when we were planning the forum, we really wanted a broad cross-section of people to be here. Previous forums have generally been invitation only and result in a pretty small cohort of people that end up going to the same events. And so we knew that this wouldn't happen accidentally. We had to be intentional about it. And so we put a lot of thought into how we would select participants and speakers and workshop leaders. And so we made a few changes to this forums process in that regard. So the first one was that we made an open application process, which many or most of you went through. And as a result, we have 350 people registered from more than 26 countries around the world, which I'm very pleased about. And we have a very broad cross-section of expertise, ranging from scientists and oceanographers all the way up to comedian, paleoanthropologist, television presenters, and everything in between. The next thing that we did was recognizing that the cost to come to events like this, which generally are pay your own way, are often a barrier to entry, a significant barrier of entry. You need to be able to afford it to be able to come. So we committed funds to making travel assistance available to those who otherwise would not be able to participate, and those are Ocean Discovery Fellows. So we had somewhere around 100 applications, and I'm very excited that we have 42 Ocean Discovery Fellows with us here today, 21 of whom are from 11 states and Puerto Rico in the US, and 21 are from 17 countries around the world. I need to get a photo of Yana. And so please join me in congratulating all of these people for being here and coming from all over the place. I hope you have the opportunity to meet them. Wonderful group, and I'm very, very pleased that you're all here with us. The third change that we made was that we invited people with small children to bring caregivers with them so that they could participate in all activities. I don't know why I'm crying. I'm just going to move on. And the fourth was to make as many of the activities as possible open to the public as well, not just the people in this room. So we're live streaming all of the speakers that will be in this room. Hello to our online audience. Thank you for tuning in. We have one workshop available this afternoon at 1:30, Transmedia Storytelling, which will be available online concurrently with the group that's doing it here. And we also have a number of events at the New England Aquarium IMAX Theater that are free and open to the public. I don't expect you to read this, but you all should have a handout with a schedule, and it's really going to be a lot of fun. Thanks to all of you who are volunteering to help out with that. The red light is flashing at me, and we're already behind time. So in conclusion, I think I've said it a million times, but I am very, very excited about the next 2 days. I hope that all of these changes that we've made not only make a difference here today, but also some of the lessons learned will be brought forward to future forums, and so that we can bring a broader choir of voices together. Of course, none of this would be possible without all of our sponsors, so thank you very much to all of you who are helping to support and make it possible for us to be here, particularly the NOAA Office of Ocean Exploration and Research, or OER, which is co-convening this event with us. We've been planning in detail with many of their staff, and I'd like to invite Dr. Alan Leonardi, the director of OER, up to the stage to tell you more about the National Ocean Exploration Forums. He's a meteorologist and oceanographer and advises NOAA and the Department of Commerce on exploration, research, and technology.
Great, thank you, Katie,
Welcome, Alan.
so much. Thank you. Katie, big round of applause for Katie for putting on this great event. I can't thank Katie enough for agreeing a little over a year and a half ago to have this conversation about doing this together and inviting this very diverse and very exciting group of people to come together to talk about this aspect of ocean exploration engagement. And I can't honestly imagine a better place for this to take place than at the Media Lab. Just wander these halls a little bit, if they'll let you, and take a look into some of the rooms and the windows, and you'll see some really, really cool things going on. So I'm looking forward to a very exciting couple of days, but I thought I might just give you a little bit of a context for why we do this. Most people know that NOAA's Office of Ocean Exploration and Research supports exploration activities either through our own conduct of that at sea for on average 180 to 200 days a year, through a grants process, and through strategic partnerships. What most people don't realize is that we have a legislative driver that tells us that we should be convening meetings like this with the community as a whole, annually preferably, but it's not a requirement. We've been doing this now since 2013. The first forum was called Ocean Exploration 2020, and that forum really took upon itself to look at what the National Program on Ocean Exploration might look like in the year 2020. In that forum, the participants came up with a number of things. A key item was that they really saw that the priorities for national ocean exploration should be driven by the community. Not just the ocean practitioners, but the community as a whole. They also believed that ships and assets would be more plentiful for being able to do this type of work, that the data that would be collected would be free and publicly available for anybody to use who wanted to use it, that citizens would be exploring themselves and become more engaged, and the public ideally would know a lot more about the ocean as a whole. Since that first forum in 2013, we've been exploring these topics in depth annually through the forum process. This is the 6th such forum. Last year's forum took place at the Qualcomm Institute at the University of San Diego and focused on data and visualization. So bringing ocean explorers, ocean scientists, ocean practitioners together with data practitioners to figure out how we might unearth this volume of data in new and novel ways so that we could better understand the ocean, we can better connect people to the ocean through data. That was a great success. This year, we're going to be building upon that success and looking at how we engage the public through things like storytelling, novel media approaches, and things like that. This doesn't come together easily, though. None of this process comes together easily, and it requires a lot of people behind the scenes. Katie, of course, has put in countless hours to pull this off. Jenny Chow has supported her. The whole local committee has supported her. Carly Weiner from the Schmidt Ocean Institute. Carly, I don't know where you are, but she's put in a ton of hours as well as a couple of members of my staff, David McKinney and Adrian Copeland. So without their help, none of this would happen. So I'm excited to be here. I'm not in the mode of wanting to talk at you. I want us to talk with each other while we're here. The MIT Media Lab students are involved. The fellows are involved. If you haven't met them yet, meet them. If you know them, introduce them to people that they don't know. This is really all about building and growing this community. So before I get off the stage, I have the honor of introducing today's keynote speaker, Neil Jacobs. Dr. Jacobs is the Assistant Secretary for Environmental Observations and Prediction at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. He's effectively the #2 in charge behind Rear Admiral Tim Gallaudet. And while collectively in NOAA, we like to refer to Tim being in charge of the dry side of NOAA, I think that what you'll find through his presentation is that he's much more comfortable on and often in the ocean than perhaps outside of it. And he'll be relaying to us how the dry and the wet connect together in ways that are meaningful and powerful for the American public. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Jacobs to the stage.
Thanks. Thank you for that introduction, Alan, and thank you, Katie, for putting this on. Originally, Admiral Gallaudet, the Assistant Secretary for Oceans and Atmospheres and the acting NOAA administrator, was invited to give this talk, but unfortunately had other commitments, and sends his regrets and regards, asked me to come talk to you. And I said, well, you know, I'm the dry side, you're the wet side. What am I going to talk about? He's like, talk about your connection to the ocean. So that's what I'm going to do today. Ocean exploration is just cool. I can't say it any other way. I can't tell you how many times I've been at NOAA watching the live stream of the Okeanos Explorer. Just every second there's some new life form, and they're like, oh, I don't think that one's been identified yet. And it's amazing to me to just sit there and watch this. And the camera is so impressive. I'm sure everyone here has probably watched these videos for hours. How it can actually see something so far away. And I was like, oh, you know, look at this, a tiny little fish over there. And you don't realize how far away this device is until it zooms in, like a major telephoto lens in full HD. It's unbelievable. So a lot of times you'll hear Admiral Gallaudet speak about the blue economy. And there's essentially 4 pillars to the blue economy. The first one is seafood competitiveness. The next one is ocean exploration. And then we have maritime and shipping and recreation. And I started thinking about my love of the ocean and my involvement in the ocean and realized I have stories in all 4 of these. So the ocean covers roughly 70% of the planet. And it's amazing to me that over 80% of it is still unexplored. That just boggles my mind that a lot of times we're focused on trying to get to, other planets or back to the moon, and we've got so much of the ocean that we haven't explored. So in my portfolio, the dry side, it is space. It's NESDIS, the program that manages the satellites. OAR, which is the research division of NOAA. The National Weather Service, which is the weather climate forecasting group. And then the Admiral and I kind of trade off working together with the National Ocean Service. And within that portfolio, my second day on the job, I got to fly down to Cape Canaveral to see a rocket launch. I couldn't believe how cool that was. And still, watching the Okeanos Explorer videos just blow my mind. But what I wanted to do today is take this to maybe a little bit more personal level, because what we're trying to do is relate to people who have a connection with the sea, with the ocean. Almost everybody does. And if they haven't, it would be awesome if they had that experience. I've got a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old, and I'm giving them swim lessons now because I go to the beach and they see me out surfing and they want to go out there, and I'm like, oh, you got to learn how to swim before you're going to go in the ocean. And bringing them up in that environment is just really important to me. So I'm sure everyone here today is here because you have a connection with the ocean. So this all hands on deck. Encourage more people to explore their connections. So here are a couple of my personal connections. My academic background is actually in math and physics. I started out in condensed matter physics. I was working in a lab developing semiconductor material. It was in the basement of this building. I had no idea whether the sun was up or down or what time it was. And I was always an outdoors person. And I thought of going to grad school and just doing more of this, in the basement lab work. Just, it was all right, but I really wanted to, do something that I enjoyed. And I was always an armchair forecaster, because if you ever want to know when the waves are going to be good, you got to be able to predict the weather. So I would sit there and watch the Weather Channel and try to figure out when the waves are going to be good. And then I thought, I could actually go to school for this. Predicting the weather is just applied math. So I started looking at grad schools, and I ended up choosing a path on air-sea interaction. So my master's degree is in air-sea interaction, and my PhD research, which I'll talk about in a little bit later, was on extratropical cyclogenesis and how western boundary currents influence it, particularly with the Gulf Stream. But rewinding back to when I was a little kid. So I was 5 years old when I stood up on a boogie board. And I thought, when you weigh 40 pounds, you can probably get away with that. I got my first surfboard when I was 7. And I've been surfing ever since. I'm proud to say my boards I ride are still shorter than I am tall. Although at some point I may get a 9-foot just because it's fun for everyone else to ride. So I grew up in the Treasure Coast of Florida, aptly named because people would find all sorts of cool treasures on the beach. And I was back and forth between Vero Beach and Miami. And then my parents wanted to retire in Charleston. My dad was stationed at Homestead Air Force Base. And of course, when you're down there, you know, the water's relatively warm. So when I moved to Charleston, Folly Beach became my next adopted home break, and that was the first time I'd ever have to surf with booties and gloves. And so then from there, I went to grad school in North Carolina, and my adopted home break at this point is still the Outer Banks, which is fantastic in the summer, pretty brutal in the winter. Truth be told, I actually interviewed at 2 schools, North Carolina State and Woods Hole. And I loved the program at Woods Hole, but I opted for North Carolina State because I didn't think I could handle surfing year-round here. And the idea of putting on a 7 mil dry suit in February and wading through snow to go surf just... So when I left grad school, I had a lot of odd jobs, and I ended up landing at Panasonic, which is going to sound kind of strange, but I was doing the weather forecasting for Panasonic. Believe it or not, they actually are in that business. The cool thing about this was they had offices all over the planet. And I realized I could stash surfboards everywhere and set up meetings all over the place. So I have boards in San Clemente, I have boards in Pupukea, I have boards in Singapore and in France. I've surfed in every continent except Antarctica, and I'm not sure you can actually surf there. But when I was traveling around, it was an unbelievable experience to surf all these exotic breaks, meet a lot of new people, but I also experienced a lot of other things that probably weren't quite as pleasant. Incredibly bad sinus infections from paddling through contaminated water with runoff and sewage. Paddling through heaps of trash in Bali, you know. Walking down the beach and just seeing waste on the beach. This kind of stuff was frustrating to me. So surfing's not my only passion. I do some diving, not as much as I used to. Actually, most of the diving I did when I was traveling was just inspecting how bad the reef was before I surfed over it. I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, but I've probably left a lot of skin on various reefs around the planet. But experiencing as a child being able to do the glass bottom boat rides at John Pennekamp down in Florida. And then later on diving out there. That's where I actually did my first diving. Recreational fishing has always been a passion of mine. So that was sort of the father-son bonding experience. And we would always do it on his boat in the ocean. But growing up, when he couldn't go out in the boat because he was, you know, flying planes somewhere, I would go down in the mangrove swamps in South Florida and do a lot of fly fishing for tarpon and snook and all sorts of fish down in the mangroves. And whenever he would come back, we would go out on his boat and we would go fishing. And he always used to take me fishing because I was the only one in the family who could throw the cast net. And we would always fish with Manhattan. And they're not exactly easy to catch. And throwing a cast net off a moving boat when it's going up and down on waves is not exactly easy. But some of the best experiences and conversations I've ever had with my dad have been out there. And some of the scariest, too. We were out on the boat fishing one time, and we couldn't get the motor to crank, and a storm rolled in. And I was just like, well, you know, what do we do now? I could see land, but I think we're stuck here. And his advice was, well, let's just go to the front of the boat, because if lightning strikes, it's probably going to strike the engine because the propeller's grounded and the rest of it's fiberglass. And I was like, our boat's like 20 feet long. The front's not that far from the back. So when I went to grad school, I actually, I had a lot of different assistantships. Every single one of them was tied to the ocean. But one of them was very interesting. When I came on board at NOAA, they were like, oh, you know, talking about, you know, wet side, dry side, what's your experience? You know, we're really interested in the commercial fishing industry. And I said, actually, you know, being a satellite person, I do have some experience in the commercial fishing industry. I used to process AVHRR SST data for the commercial tuna fishery. And what would happen is the Gulf Stream would go up the coast, and these warm core eddies would spin off, and it would consolidate the fish, because they didn't want to swim outside of the comfort zone of whatever thermal gradient they liked. And of course, these eddies are moving at 2 or 3 meters per second, you know, and so, you know, this was back in the 90s. Unless you're out there just transecting the ocean with some type of thermometer, you're never going to find these eddies. So you had to use remotely sensed information. And I would have to go in twice a day and correct for the satellite drift, because it wouldn't quite line up. And this was, you know, kind of a manual process where you'd have to align the image back to the shape of the Outer Banks on the coast, and then I would send it up to them. And I mean, this was on Thanksgiving, on Christmas, every day of the year. And if I didn't get that image out, I would get these really angry satellite phone calls from people in the middle of the ocean. You know, where is this stuff? You know, we're out here, we can't find any fish. And then I realized how important all of these aspects are when you tie them together. Another thing in the 4 pillars of the blue economy was aquaculture. There's a massive seafood trade deficit in the U.S., and that's one of the things that we're going to be addressing. And I didn't actually really think, you know, aquaculture, that's so far out of my world. Turns out it's not. I have a very large reef tank, and it's always been a passion of mine. And I realized, you know, propagating stony corals, particularly the Acropora, was something that I've always done and I always loved. And I thought, you know, this is really cool because, you know, they were explaining to the dry side guy ocean acidification. And I thought, you know, I understand ocean acidification because I built a calcium reactor for my reef tank. Which, if you're not familiar with this device, you basically just pump compressed CO2, which I got from a welding supply store, into a container with calcium carbonate. And it was actually regulated by a solenoid on the CO2 that was connected to a pH meter in the tank. So automating this whole thing was really convenient, because then I could actually go, you know, overseas on a trip, and the whole thing wouldn't implode when I was gone. But the life in the tank was the coolest part. If you're familiar with reef tanks, typically what you would want to do is populate the reef tank with various what they call live rock. And it has all sorts of microbes and stuff on it that eventually will populate the whole tank and process the waste and do other stuff. But you get a lot of odd hitchhikers which come in on the live rock. And at the time that this happened, my reef tank was in my bedroom. And every single night when the lights would go out, I would just hear these really loud pops and clicks. And I'd turn the lights on and it would stop. And I'd turn the lights off, and 10 or 15 minutes later, it'd start again. And this went on for probably a month. And so finally, I got a my Pezzle headlamp with some red film, and I put that over it, and I was shining it into the tank. And there was this shrimp in there, probably 4 inches long, and it was just popping his claw, making the loudest noise I've ever heard. And this was quite a large animal, and I was like, I didn't put that in there. It just came in on some of the rock. And it, for all I know, it's still in there. I read online where you don't want to reach in and grab these things because they can really do some damage on your finger. So, but probably my favorite species of fish actually was a bicolored blenny. This thing just had the attitude. If you're familiar with this species of fish, they're pretty entertaining. They back into a little hole, and they just stick their head out. And then if anything comes by the hole, they attack it. And so I would have these snails crawling around, and the blenny would just stick its head out of the hole and just keep hitting the snail until the snail would fall off, and then it'd go back in its hole, pleased with itself. So going back to my love of weather and forecasting and how I got involved in this. As I said earlier, weather essentially generates waves. You got to know when the weather is a certain way, particularly with the wind direction, with the swell direction. And we're talking over the entire ocean. So some of these swells will propagate several thousand miles. And so I got involved in running numerical models, doing this type of forecasting work. And it's incredibly important for a lot of different reasons to have the ocean and the atmosphere coupled in the model. And this is, as sophisticated as these models are, a lot of the models aren't coupled two-way ocean and atmosphere. So this is something that I'm actually going to be working on when I'm at NOAA for a lot of different reasons. But primarily, if we want to achieve forecast skill into week 3 and 4, we have to have a two-way coupled model with the ocean. And we have to have a really good ocean model. And to have a really good ocean model, we have to have good observations. I'm just kind of biased because I want to know when the swell is going to be good. So going back to my PhD, I had wrapped up a master's degree. Interestingly enough, the funding for my master's program came from the Ocean Margins program. And as I said earlier, I had a lot of odd jobs and assistantships. And one of them was driving marine equipment, buoys, moorings, all sorts of stuff from NC State down to the Marine Lab at Wilmington. And the university paid for me to get a commercial driver's license to do this. So I always in the back of my head thought, if my entire career fails, I can drive 18-wheelers. And I still have a CDL today. But I actually did time on NOAA's Ron Brown during this process, and I also spent some time on India's vessel, the Sagarkanya, during the INDOX experiment. So going back to my PhD, I was sitting around one day. I had finished my master's. I had started the PhD coursework, and I really couldn't come up with an idea of what I wanted to do for my dissertation. And this was in January of 2000. I don't know if you're from the Carolinas, but in January of 2000, we had the most intense snowstorm that's ever hit central North Carolina. The models were predicting 3 to 4 inches of snow. We literally got 24 inches. And it was one of those things where each time they would update the forecast, it's 4 to 6, 6 to 8, 8 to 10. Then you go outside, and there's already like 14 on the ground. And, I thought the models really blew it. you know, what went wrong in the models? This is a good PhD problem to solve. Well, it turns out at the time that the models, whether it was the regional models or the global models, were using a static sea surface temperature file that was a 30-day mean. And they do the 30-day mean of the sea surface temperature because when you collect the data from the satellites, there's always cloud contamination. And so you build a composite over several days to try to, you know, wipe out the cloud contamination. But in the process of doing that, you actually smooth out a lot of the thermal gradients from the various currents, the Gulf Stream being the critical one for this particular storm. So then I started looking at some buoy and ship obs, and it turns out that during that particular storm, the water temperature off the Outer Banks, I mean measured off the end of the pier, was around 78 degrees Fahrenheit. This is January. It's normally 38 or 40. And so what had happened was the current, basically this warm filament, had backed up against the coast. And there was a massive thermal gradient. You know, it went from very cold air right at the beach to extremely warm. And when you have cold air move out over very warm surface, you have really intense fluxes. And that's what drives the storm development. And so then I started actually trying to figure out, well, you know, what if we just took the actual SST from a couple days before that storm and swapped it out in the models? What would happen? 2 feet of snow. The models nailed it. You know, but it's really not quite that simple of a problem, because how do you get rid of cloud contamination? So I wrote a bunch of algorithms to basically filter out clouds in non-composite satellite sea surface temperature data. And at this point, essentially the model was still, it wasn't, you know, it was not coupled. The wind stress from the air wasn't feeding back and altering the ocean. But it was a step in the right direction. But I actually wanted to know, you know, why these western boundary currents get so variable. And it turns out that off the coast of Charleston, there's this feature known as the Charleston Bump. And the Gulf Stream basically runs up Florida, interacts with this bump feature, and that's what sets the weird oscillation in motion. And without really accurate bathymetry information, we wouldn't have even known that was there. So those are sort of my, I guess, how I would relate to the 4 pillars of seafood competitiveness and aquaculture, ocean exploration, the maritime and shipping industry, and then recreation. But some of the recommendations that came out of the ocean exploration in a sea of data last year was that there needs to be active coordination and collaboration between academia, government, industry, nonprofits. And that's one of the things that I'm going to be doing working with NOAA. So I'm developing a version of the global model that we're going to call the community global model. And it's actually, it's a unified forecasting system, but it goes beyond unified, because we're using these weather and climate models to initialize all sorts of other models. You know, when you talk about harmful algal blooms and other things, it all comes back to, you know, having a really good weather and climate model. So we're going to be using the same dynamic core for all of the models. And of course, we're going to be coupling them to ocean models. And if we're going to be doing that, we really have to focus on having a really good ocean model. And in order to do that, we need really good bathymetry data, which we're actually lacking. And we need really good observations. So all of these models are essentially rely on observations for their initial conditions. So forecasting is just an initial value problem. The algorithms are right, but unless you start with good information, you're not going to get a good prediction into the future. Well, as everyone here knows, observing the ocean is not quite as easy as observing the atmosphere. It's a little bit trickier. And so having ocean observations, exploring new ways to observe the ocean is incredibly important. So whether it's with underwater gliders or you know, Argo floats, we're even exploring new dropsondes that we can deploy out of aircraft that take an atmospheric profile all the way to the surface of the ocean, and then when they go subsurface, they go up and down in the water column and take measurements. These are interesting new observing systems that we're going to need to deploy to power the models. And we're going to do that through a lot of different mechanisms, primarily with public, private, and academic partnerships. So an interesting partnership on the industry side on that front is with a company called Saildrone. And they actually have these drones that glide on the surface of the water. And as an atmospheric scientist, I always thought it was interesting because I could get pressure obs. Open ocean pressure obs are extremely critical, and wind and temperature. And so then I went to one of the NOAA labs, PMEL, and found out that they're actually hooking cameras and other devices to these things and monitoring fish populations with them and sending that data back to NOAA, which is hugely critical because it's so expensive for us to try to put manned, boats out there to do this. And now we've got these devices going out there and collecting data, sending it back to us. And industry's interested in this. Industry benefits from this. And so what I would like to do as part of my agenda at NOAA is get industry, who's going to benefit from this greatly, to start funding some of the applied research. I like to divide research into basic research and applied research. And if there is a profit motive for industry, they will fund applied research. There's all sorts of fields, whether you're talking about crop science or medicine or even in numerical weather prediction now. Industry's funding a lot of the applied research at the university level, not necessarily NSF or NIH. The interesting thing about this is, industry probably is not as interested funding basic research because it's hard to see a return on investment with basic research like applied research. But if a lot of the applied research is being funded by industry, then that means it should take pressure off federal funding sources to focus on funding basic research, which is something that could very well likely save humanity down the road. Even at the time it was funded, no one really saw a use for it. So as part of this all hands on deck, I think it would be fascinating, and I actually looked at sort of the distribution of people's backgrounds here, to hear how the conversations go, and to hear what everyone's personal experience is with the ocean, because I know everyone here has one. And I didn't even realize how connected I was to the ocean until they told me I was coming to do this talk. And it was about your connection to the ocean, which is really cool for me to come talk about, because normally I'm talking about models and equations and high-performance computing. And I'd much rather just be in the ocean, to be honest with you. So anyway, that, I think, is the goal. And it's going to be great to hear the coordination and collaboration and discussion between everyone here, because that is what is going to happen in the broader community, particularly with younger kids. The last story I'm going to tell you is when I was a kid. I was down in Miami, and I was at summer camp, and I would go to this the Museum of Science in Miami. I don't even know if it's still there. Would have summer camps, and every year I would take the marine biology one, because we would get to go on these cool field trips and we would get to dissect stuff. And I started thinking about, what different experiences I had there, and trying to trace back my love of the ocean to as far back as I can remember. And it goes really far back. I mean, almost, further than I can remember. I only know it goes back that far because I saw pictures of myself as an infant in the water. So those are my personal connections to the ocean. Thank you for having me here, and thank you for forcing me to really think about it, because it was one of the few talks that I was really, really smiling a lot when I was putting my thoughts together for it. So I would love to hear the readout, what happens after this, what the next steps are, and if there's any way NOAA can work closer with you and the community and how we can be better engaged with what we do, please let us know, let me know. Everyone in NOAA leadership has strong connections to the ocean in many different ways. I will be here for probably another hour, but my email as a federal employee is my first name dot last name, so it's not hard to guess. So if you want to talk about ocean exploration or you want to talk about surfing, get in touch. Thank you.
Sorry, we're going to get ourselves situated. Okay, you sit here. Can you come on over? Yeah, at the very end. Thank you. Okay, thanks. All right, we're good. Thank you very much, Neil, for connecting the dots to your life story of the ocean. We're really glad that you were able to share those childhood memories and that have brought you up through your current career, and we're very excited about the future research that NOAA will be working on. Good morning. I am Jenny Slovzik-Chow, and I will be moderating our first panel, Play. So just saying the word leaves your face in a smile. Together with these fine folks on stage, we will kick off this ocean party with all those positive vibes that the word play connotes. These individuals on stage each have a wealth of knowledge to share in the work, art, culture, practice, development of impactful, playful moments from its various modalities like sports, swimming, and surfing, to tinkering, making and creating exciting novel installations, classrooms, or within your own home. I work with Katie here at MIT Media Lab's Open Ocean Initiative and serve as the project coordinator. An exhibit of one of our projects is right outside these doors. You might have seen it on your way in. It's kind of hard to miss. I'm the event coordinator for this forum and also for Boston Ocean Day. And I am an oceanographer. So that might not seem so surprising in this audience. But when you go to a dinner party and you tell people I'm an oceanographer, the usual response is, "Oh, I've never met one of those." So why are we so rare? And more importantly, why do so many of us look more like me instead of this beautiful diversity that we have here in this room? We want that change. It's something that we need to change now. So the ocean is for everyone. how do we increase the diversity of oceanographers? How do we have more folks in the world like you? We have a sea here of varied, unique, and exquisite talents and expertise. And you have chosen to have these careers and these passions that are ocean adjacent. We think about these questions a lot in the Open Ocean Initiative and in the development of these national ocean exploration forums that happen every year. And play is a natural lead-in to looking into this issue. If you know how to swim, you might actually consider working with the ocean. If you've ever been wowed by the beauty of a barrel wave and the crazy talent and strength of some person who is able to somehow be so connected to ocean's dynamicism, and then they're able to stay on that wave with just a board separating them from that power, you might then think about, how do we help the ocean? How do we work to take care of it? If you are given a set of blocks that can be combined in innumerable ways, and moments are filled with, what if? Yes, and let's try this. Then problems become fun projects, and innovation is around the corner. If science, technology, and engineering are presented in a carnival enthusiasm with joy and energy and art and entertainment where they all bleed together, we might start seeing holistic ways to do things. So Andre Fountain knows how to bring people together. Communities, local leaders, sports personalities, and organizations. He is a project coordinator of the Aspen Institute Sports and Society program. He is responsible for the execution of Project Play Baltimore, an initiative to improve the youth sports opportunities in Baltimore. Andre co-authored the State of Play Baltimore report, and this is the first hyper-local comprehensive analysis of the current state of youth sports in East Baltimore. Reese Pacheco, he is a surfer that tweets out nature articles on climate change and ocean research. He is the executive director of PURE. This is the World Surf League's nonprofit focused on ocean conservation. Previously, Reese was co-founder and CEO of 2 video technology startups, and he dedicates much of his time to the Five Gyres Institute, Surfrider Foundation, and the Waves for Development. Samantha Chiapetti's work brings the Lego world to children of all ages, from toddlers on up to high school children. She is the partnership manager on the front-end innovation team for Lego Education, and is responsible for identifying and nurturing strategic partner product relationships with other organizations, and focuses on bringing playful learning experiences to students across the globe. Maria Reddin's stunning career path is glowingly depicted how science and art can work hand in hand, and also brings empowerment to youth. She is now the chief of staff at 2-Bit Circus, where they are building a chain of micro amusement parks. She works with 2-Bit Circus Foundation to inspire young inventors through their STEAM Carnival events. And before we get on with this panel, I have a little bit of an explanation of how we run things here. This is actually a microphone, and it's very soft. When it comes time for questions, which will be after our wonderful panel speaks, I will be throwing this out to members of the audience, so you have an opportunity to ask your questions and get involved. And then you're to throw it back to me, and I hopefully will catch it. All right, so let's get on. Andre, yes.
Well, thank you for the introduction. And to start, Project Play Baltimore is, to start, the Project Play is the flagship initiative of the Aspen Institute Sports and Society program. Through Project Play, Aspen aims to develop, share, and apply knowledge to help build healthy communities through sport. The Project Play Baltimore initiative is built on the framework of Project Play, the 8 plays for the 8 sectors that touch the lives of children. The 8 plays are considered strategies to get kids involved in playing sports, and the 8 sectors are groups of organizations and individuals that have resources to help create access for kids to participate in sports. So the 8 plays in the 8 sectors are the foundation of the State of Play Baltimore report, which was released in September of 2017. The report is a resource guide for the communities of Baltimore to take positive steps forward in engaging kids through sports. Here is a snapshot of the study area for the initiative. We focused on a 2 square mile area. This map highlights the key community assets and where most youth live. As it relates to this conversation today are the number of pools in the community. There are 5 pools. 2 of them are indoor, 3 are outdoor. Play 3, encourage sports sampling. This is one of the 8 play strategies, and this play has 2 meanings. Keep kids engaged in a variety of sports so that they can overcome the pressure of specializing in one sport at a young age. And 2, grow the variety of sport options that are available to kids so that they can find the right sport that's best for them. Through our youth survey that we conducted, we surveyed about 2,000 students in this area. And we learned, and we asked them what sport would they like to try. And swimming was the top sport at 23%. You break that number down by gender, 18% of boys said they want to participate in the sport, and 27% of girls said they want to participate in the sport. You break that number down by race, swimming was the second sport behind basketball among African Americans at 21%. And it was the top sport among Latino or Hispanics at 29%. So I like to give credit where credit is due. And I like to give credit to Michael Phelps for the reason why kids in Baltimore want to swim. I mean, he's a hometown guy, and he's arguably one of the greatest swimmers of all time. So due to that interest in swimming, I was able to help foster a collaboration effort between U.S. Swimming Foundation and Baltimore City Recreation and Parks to help teach youth essential swim skills. In June of this year, U.S. Swimming Foundation came to Baltimore to host their Make a Splash tour, which focuses on water safety and teaching kids how to swim. But most importantly, the Recreation and Parks Department in Baltimore is now a local partner of the U.S. Swimming Foundation, which means they're able to apply for grants worth up to about $15,000 on an annual basis to support their swimming efforts citywide. So we are hopeful that this is the start to engage more kids in learning how to swim and connecting them to other opportunities. And this is a good segue into the purpose of why we're here for this session today on play. How do you spark curiosity in the ocean through play? Well, for example, once a kid can swim, an array of water-based sports can open up, from triathlon to rowing to diving to surfing. Also, job opportunities can come about as well. You can become a lifeguard, pool attendant, or so much more. However, to answer that question, I believe that collective impact should be the approach to connect kids to the ocean and also doing that through swimming or other water-based sports. The collective impact methodology is what we use for the Project Play Baltimore initiative to get more kids active through sports. Collective impact is about solving a complex social problem with the support of a variety of different stakeholders coming together to achieve a common goal. So for that very reason, I believe that collaboration should be fostered between colleges, grade schools, rec centers, and so many other people that are out there to help teach kids the essential skill of swimming and connecting them to the ocean. Together, we can help kids see the value of the ocean, but we need to give them the tools and the opportunity to experience it. We must expose kids to the ocean in play settings and bridge the gap to a potential career path as well. And the last comment I'll make is I just want to highlight a new program at the Aspen Institute called the Aspen High Seas Initiative, which is going to be focusing on connecting the ocean community and others to protecting the high seas on a global level. So at the Aspen Institute, we're excited to be a part of more oceanography conversations moving forward. And I'm excited to be able to speak on behalf of Play and connecting the dots for kids to be more engaged in this particular subject area. So thank you.
Awesome. My name is Reese. I'm here repping the World Surf League. Really quickly, I want to just be very clear that I am not a professional surfer. The amazing surfing that Jenny described, I don't do. I'm decidedly average If anything, probably below average. I work in and around professional surfers, but I am not a pro. That being said, I am stoked to be here. I'm stoked on surfing. I'm stoked on ocean conservation. I'm stoked in my role. And before I use that word one more time, I want to define what it means. Stoked is that euphoria. It's that thrill. It's that excitement. The literal definition right here. This is Mikey February. He is in the zone. He is making this amazing top turn. He is totally stoked. This is Steph Gilmore, 6-time world champ. Just got a great wave. She's in the water by herself. Stoked. On a wave with Mikey February, surfing together. You're stoked off of your friends. It's that vibe. You're like, yeah, woo! You're just totally into it, right? This is a beginner. They're pros. Of course they're stoked. They're always surfing really well. This is a beginner surfer. You may start to recognize if we zoom in, this is like her second day ever surfing. And she was going left, going right. This is a championship level performance wave. And that's Dr. Ayanna Johnson, who is your moderator for the next panel. She's stoked. Now, as I said, I work for the World Surf League. We put the world's best surfers on the world's best waves in competitions around the globe, countries all over the world. We have professional athletes, top-notch athletes. They compete for hardware like this, for the big sponsorships, and they compete in front of huge crowds. This is one of our crowds in Brazil, where we have rabid fans. They just love surfing. And we broadcast these across our TV, broadcast deals, online, streaming, social media, et cetera. It's pretty serious business, actually, as much as we like to play around and have fun, but that line between fun and play and stoke is really blurry in surfing. We're going to take a look at this photo. This is John Florence, 2-time world champ, surfing backdoor in Pipeline in Hawaii, right? He's in the zone, he's there, this is that pro. He's the one getting barreled. And you know, he's really in there, but if you look at the same photo, same wave, same guy, same mouth agape in the zone feeling, he's just not wearing a jersey. In the first photo he's competing, in the second photo he's not. So that line of play and competition is really blurry, but he's just in the zone no matter what and gets that stoked feeling off of the ocean. This is Caroline Marks. She's a 16-year-old Grom, and this is in competition, throwing up the dab, having fun with it, right? I mean, this is literally, she's competing on the world tour. This is what her life dream is, and she's out there goofing around just as much as anybody else. And I just think it's really beautiful about how much, you know, we love and play and get that thrill off of the ocean as surfers. And more than any other professional athletes, I shouldn't say we, because I'm not one, our professional surfers are immersed in their environment, right? We're literally in it. It is our office, it's our playground, it's our church. And so it's on us to protect it, which is where WSL Pure comes in. And I'll just play a quick video.
The Earth is an ocean world. As surfers, it's our home. And it needs us to speak up. So Pure will shine a light on people doing good and making a difference. We can turn the tide by turning up the volume. Because we love this place. And you do too.
So that's WSL Pure. Our mission is to inspire, educate, and empower the global surf community to protect our ocean. This is a slide with bullet points because every presentation has to have one, but it checks a couple boxes. We're a 501c3 nonprofit. We focus in 3 core areas: climate change, coastal conservation, and plastic pollution. And we work with a lot of the great groups that are out there to try and tell their story across our broadcasts, across our social media, to activate with them on site at our events. So groups like Five Gyres Institute, grassroots groups like Surfrider Foundation, up to NRDC or Center for Climate and Life at Columbia University, we work with them as well. So we try and tell their story across our platform and figure out ways that we can move the surf industry forward. And that's really our great mission. So we're happy to be here and open our doors and say, hey, we want to collaborate with you too and find cool ways that we can work together to help move the surf industry forward to be better for our oceans. One more thing. We're at MIT, so I have to show off cool technology. I don't know if anyone knows what this is here, but this is the Surf Ranch, AKA Kelly Slater Wave Co., AKA the Stoke Machine. So this is a man-made wave. That's what Ayanna was surfing earlier. So this is there's a foil on a track pushing a sled underwater. And then the water moves over a contoured reef, quote unquote, so the bathymetry of which will then essentially create different sections of a wave, like a barrel or a wall or an air section. And this is a man-made wave that the WSL owns. And I highlight this to really say that we think that there's an opportunity here to engage more people in ocean conservation, right? How do we make sure we bring people into this and get them hooked on the real thing, because they come out of here stoked, smiling, just really, really, that was amazing. It was the best, most high-performant wave I've ever been on. And we want to make sure that we're using that as an opportunity to engage people in ocean conservation and get them hooked on the real thing. And that was my crappy surfing. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Samantha Schappetti. I work for LEGO Education, and working for LEGO Education for the past 6 years has enabled me to see playful learning experiences go around the world or across the world. But before I start talking about learning through play, since I do work for LEGO, we have to do a little bit of building here. So I have some really nice volunteers helping to pass out these little bags. So once you get this bag of bricks, I'll wait just a couple minutes here. I'm going to ask you to have your hands do the thinking. We're getting close here. All right, very nice. So with your hands doing the thinking here, when I give the word go, I want everyone to build a duck. And you have 1 minute to do it, and I will time you. So 3, 2, 1, go.
A duck. Yep.
All right, we're halfway there. 30 more seconds.
Like the smartest people in the world.
15. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, everyone stop building and hold your duck up in the air. Show it off. Let our neighbors see. Beautiful. I love what I see here. So many different types of ducks out there. Great. So with this exercise that I had you guys do, it was pretty fun, right? We had a little bit of fun. But what was actually happening while this was going on? So if we take a look at this here, you were actually practicing and learning all of these different skills while you were building. If we look at self-regulation, you had to control yourself with the excitement when I gave you the task to build. Or you had to maybe hold yourself back from yelling at me when I was time pressuring you a little bit. Also, you used symbolic representation. That basically means that you had to remember what a duck looked like. Then you had to build from your memory. Is your duck asleep? Is your duck flying? Is your duck swimming? There's no right answer here, but everyone's duck is different because we all have a different memory of what a duck actually looks like. And then there's spatial reasoning, thinking about what a 3D object looks like and then building that and then iterating off of that as well. This is a great skill that enhances math and also something that LEGO does innately. But as we're talking about this here, this was actually learning through play. You guys learned through play today, which is great. And why was this an actual learning through play task here? And that's because it involved these 5 different skills that promote deeper learning. So when we look at these different skills, relating it directly back to this duck build that we did, this was joyful for you. You had fun. I could tell by the laughter in the room. You also probably felt a little bit of joy when you completed a task. That's a natural thing as well. It was socially interactive. When I had you hold it up, everyone was looking around the room and seeing each other's duck, comparing and contrasting. Also, you might talk about this later with your peers in the room, and you'll now have this shared experience together. This was actively engaging. It actually was a little bit quiet when you guys first started to build because you were looking very intently at your bricks to decide what type of duck you would be building. It was an iterative process. You probably did a little bit of tinkering with your duck. You could have built it one way and then changed it before the minute was over. And then this was a meaningful experience as well because you had to bring meaning to what a duck is to you. Like I said before, we all have a different memory of what a duck is, but none of those answers are wrong or incorrect. So now that we had all of that fun, I want you to think of a high school science course or high school science courses in general. In those courses, you have to learn pH, learn about temperature, learn about buoyancy, learn about engineering, learn about all of these different things. And this might be the wrong room, but for a high school student, sometimes that's scary or maybe not as fun as they think it could be. But if we bring these types of play to this experience in a high school, it makes it a lot more fun. So now I want you to think of a way that you can learn all of these different skills that I was talking about here through an underwater ROV that you have built, designed, programmed, tested, and collected data with in the water that is near your school. Sounds a lot more fun, right? So this will give the kids a chance to actually bring these 5 different joyful, socially interactive, actively engaging, iterative, and meaningful experiences to a high school science class where it might not be the first thing you think of as something playful. So as we look at playful learning experiences that enable every student to succeed, this is our mission at LEGO Education. This is when we are looking at developing products that go out around the world. We want to make sure that the experience is not only playful, they learn, but it's also enabling for every student to succeed. So I hope this little experience that I did with you today and the skills that I shared with you for deeper playful learning is something that you can bring back to your work as you are looking towards engaging not only kids, but adults in learning deeper about the ocean or different water around them. Thank you.
My name is Maria Redden, and I'm the Chief of Staff for Two Bit Circus. And Two Bit Circus is a band of mad scientists, engineers, artists, and creatives that have been creating, we've been building games, experiences, spaces, events for the past 7 years. And if the slides would come up. So for us, play is super important. And our last creation is actually a micro amusement. Well, in any case, this is who we are. And for the past 2 years, we've been building a micro amusement park in downtown Los Angeles. You should come if you get a chance. It's the future of entertainment as we believe it. Whoops. It has VR, escape rooms, a robotic bartender, and an interactive theater. But so that's awesome. It's super fun. But the reason we exist is actually to promote play. In fact, our company mission is to bring people together to play elbow to elbow. And we believe play is a social, brings people together in a way that you can't, that doesn't happen easily if you do it even across, I apologize, it's getting, the slides threw me off. In any case, basically, we believe in social play. But sort of play is not only important for bringing people together, but it's also really important from an aspirational perspective and sort of to what LEGO does as well. This is OK Go, sort of the band. I imagine a lot of people have seen them. In fact, I believe they're speaking, or somebody from there is speaking tomorrow as well. Some of our original team members at Two Bit Circus did the giant Rube Goldberg machine for this video. And when sort of after that video was released, OK Go kept on getting a lot of requests from science teachers and math teachers because they were using that material to bring to life math and science lessons, right? So kinetic energy, paths, trajectories, all those things were sort of being brought to life in a really interesting way. And so for us, from the Two Bit Circus side, the insight that came out is, oh my gosh, right? Like, what is the Rockstar equivalent for science theme for STEM, right? So if kids in general like to, will teach themselves music, if they want to be a rock star, what's the equivalent but for math and science? So what we ended up doing is doing something called the STEAM Carnival. So the STEAM Carnival back in 2014 was the idea of basically showcasing how science, technology, engineering, math, and sort of art for us as well could lead to something really exciting so that kids would be inspired to become inventors themselves. And that's exactly what we did. Back in 2014, we created, basically had a pop-up of 100,000 square feet full of games that we had designed with our partners, designed with interns. And effectively, gosh, for a week, we basically brought kids in. For about an hour, we taught them the basics of games. And then let them loose with all the games that we had created. We basically said, this is how you start, this is how you can end. If you too sort of could learn science and get excited about the things that we get excited, these are the things that you could do. And we did it again in San Francisco in 2015. We did it again with the Dallas School District in 2016. And we moved that work onto our foundation, which basically continues this. Over the past 3 years, we've thrown 30 more STEAM carnivals with different school districts. And gosh, I'm just going to show you a little bit about impact, the impact that we've done from that perspective. There's a lot of data there, but the most interesting piece is the stuff on the on the white background. So we asked kids if they thought that if science has anything to do with real life. And before STEAM carnivals and some of our other programs, basically, kids didn't, like 60% of kids didn't think that science had to do with anything in real life, which is really, especially for an audience like this, for us, it's a terrifying statistics. After sort of going through sort of the connection of the STEAM Carnival, 15% agreed with that statement. So that's just really a big drop. The other one that was really concerning to us is sort of the idea is, am I going to fail science this year? We asked them if they agreed with that statement or not. No. So mind you, we work with a lot of kids in underserved schools. And gosh, this one really breaks my heart. Sort of the idea that almost half of the kids thought that they would fail science that year. Sort of after sort of going through an experience, like an exciting and inspiring experience, sort of that we were able to drop that space, sort of that number to 10%. Now, you know, sort of how you learn and how you get inspired is not sort of has a number of reasons, or rather, sort of why you succeed at a class has many number of factors. But certainly, as a lot of us know, sort of the idea of confidence and connection to your life are two big pieces to that. And so that is what we hope to do with the STEAM Carnival. The Two-Bit Circus Foundation continues that work to this day. And sort of it just kind of goes to show, at least for us, sort of how play is a really important lever in bringing populations that normally are not exposed or don't believe that this is something that's possible for them into the space. So there you go.
Thank you very much, panel. Now, this panel spells fun, and we are going to continue the fun with more workshops later in the afternoon where you can dive deep into some of these topics. So I know many of you signed up for Lego Wayfinder workshop. We also have one on Aqua Games. Now it is your turn to participate. So I'd like to know if anyone has a question, and I will toss them the microphone cube.
And can you catch?
And can you catch? No pressure, really. You don't have to catch. Because I also have to throw, so I don't want to put pressure on anyone. There any takers? Anyone interested? Ready? Nice.
That's a little heavy, so. My question has to do with, there was some talk about if you get kids swimming in swimming pools, like in cities, that then there's a leap made from, oh, if kids like to swim, that will connect them to the ocean. And my experience growing up in Oklahoma is that I spent a lot of time in swimming pools, and I had no interest or awareness of the ocean. So what do you do in that space between, oh, I like to go to my local pool, and, oh, I actually care about the ocean? How do you make that connection?
Thanks. I don't know if, do you want to start? Anyone would like to start?
I default to you first, but I have a comment, but I'll go to you.
Yeah, so I'll take that. And I think that's a good, valid question. I think in urban areas, you know, some pools are accessible, but then when you think about trying to connect the dots to the ocean, it kind of is sort of hard. And it goes back to my comment I made earlier about working with a variety of different stakeholders to use their resources and the assets that they have to think creatively of how do you connect the dots. Okay, kids are learning how to swim, but how do we spark that curiosity that they want to learn more and that they can swim in a larger of a body of water, but it also can be educated on some other aspects of the water. So I think it's crucial that one person or organization can't do this alone. It takes a team effort and working collectively.
Yeah, I'd echo the partnership aspect. So I used to live in Rockaway Beach, New York City, kind of an underserved community, and there was a group there my wife was heavily involved with called Swim Strong, which was getting local kids in the water in a pool and then connecting them to surfing and then getting them out in the ocean as well. So we would bring boards to the pool, get them used to paddling around on a board, right? And then try and take them out in the ocean on a calm day and have them understand the currents and the undertow, et cetera. And there are a number of groups that work in that space. There's also Surfrider LA has a project called One Watershed, just trying to connect us and say, hey, we're all part of this one watershed. It's not just the surfers, right? In South Africa, there's a group called Surfers Not Street Children, which tries to take kids off the street and connect them to surfing. And so that's why, it was important for me. We have Mikey February as a South African. He represents what those kids can become as a pro surfer. And so it's important for us to, as a league, to help support those images and support those programs. But I do think partnership between the groups, you got to get them in the water and understand the basics of a stroke and breathing. And then the next step is get them in the ocean so they kind of understand, because it's really scary. Kids, if they feel too confident just coming out of a pool and go straight out in the ocean on a heavy day, it's scary.
And to add to that, there could be collaboration within the school district as well. How do you work together with the science department and also physical education? I don't even think that they work hand in hand, but to that point, that could be something creative of how you really marry those two ideas together.
And as an oceanographer, I'm going to chime in really quickly on that question too, because this is something we think about a lot. I know there are many, there's robotics programs out there, like Sea Perch, that try to have kids building robots and using pools. We're actually working with LEGO, and this is a workshop that you'll see here today on developing underwater LEGO robot. So that's one way to make a connection to the field of oceanography, but in a landlocked area. And I think there's also a lot of focus on aquariums and their jobs, and there is a workshop on the future of aquariums here. And I think another area we're really looking into is telepresence. How do you get that ocean vessel experience, the real work of doing ocean research in real time to people on land? And that would be another way to connect that dot. Thank you. Any other questions? Yes.
Hi. My name is Guy Trotti. I'm a designer, and this is for Samantha. In the 80s, I worked with LEGO to design some of the first space elements for it, cool. Turning into kind of space education and so on. It's a fantastic product. Are you guys now, and as we know, plastic is an issue with the oceans. Are you guys starting to look at ways to make Legos with biodegradable materials or other than plastic?
Yeah, the organization is starting to work towards creating non-plastic materials with their bricks. I believe it will be early next year or later this year. There will be a set of plants, and it's the Plants from Plants set. So it was made, I believe, out of sugarcane. And I think the company has a goal, I believe it's by 2032, to have all of the bricks be made out of non-plastic materials.
Fantastic.
Thank you. Oh, yes. Nice catch.
Hi, Tierney Teese, National Geographic. Another question along the same lines with LEGO for Samantha. If you added up how many LEGO pieces exist already in the world, I think it far, far outnumbers the number of people on the planet.
Yes.
And with this idea of, do we need more Legos? what about all those Legos that everyone has in their house in a huge pile that can't be sorted? Is there any smart, innovative person here at MIT or at Lego who can come up with a Lego sorting machine so that we can repurpose these and we can have 10 million ducks already in packages. We don't have to make new Legos. The ones that we have already are all unsorted and discombobulated.
Yes.
So is there anyone at Lego who's actually working on that?
There potentially is in our headquarters bill in Denmark. I'm just not aware, but I would also look to our colleagues here, especially at MIT Media Lab, Lifelong Kindergarten. They always are coming up with really creative ways to do different things with Lego that you already have in your classroom or in your home already. So ways that you could utilize it in your home, there's multiple fans of Lego out there that have done different things with some of our robotics kits to build sorting machines, not only for Lego, but for other different items that they have around their homes or schools. And also there's activities and lessons and building instructions online, not only from Lego, but also from other fans out there that just utilize the bricks that you already have. So you don't have to create or go out and buy a brand new set. You can create with what you have. We want to start that playful learning with stuff that you already have at home or have access to maybe at your library or something like that.
Like Coinstar for Lego.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you mind tossing it back, Tierney? Thank you. Nice.
Hi, my name is Mara Hart, and I work at a nonprofit called Future of Fish, and we work mostly with small-scale artisanal fishers trying to work on sustainable seafood. And we try to often introduce the element of play, but I'm wondering if you guys have any tricks for when actually dealing with adults, who the first impression when you pull out Play-Doh, Legos, or pipe cleaners and say, we're gonna build a new seafood supply chain, they look at you like you're nuts. And it can take half of the time to just try to get them involved and get them going. So I would just love to hear what your thoughts are in trying to engage grown-ups who might be a little jaded that play doesn't lead to learning and doesn't know the science behind it.
I love how they look at me. I think a lot of it has to do with the setup, right? We have had those types of workshops, and what has helped us the most is basically giving people a little bit of time beforehand to know what they're about to get into. Right? Because what happens with adults that's very different than children is that kids don't care if they look silly. In fact, they tend to enjoy it, right? Like adults, we've kind of built all these, personas in front of us. And so if you find yourself in a situation where you sort of end up not looking your best, then walls go up, right? Like, so what we usually end up doing is letting them know that something like this is coming up, that everybody's going to look silly, so just kind of prepared for that. And then oftentimes, this is not from Two-Bit Circus, but I used to work at IDEO, where sort of we often use those types of similar materials to do that type of work. There's sort of, you end up, you almost want to go through a system of decompression, right? Like where at the beginning, you're just like, all right, we're just going to sort of pick, we're just going to draw a representation of what you would look like if you're a superhero, right? Like nobody doesn't want to be a superhero, if you will, right? Like, but then sort of that begins down that path of like kind of deconstructing your armor, if you will. And then you can go into things that are a little bit sillier, a little bit sillier, a little bit sillier, and then ultimately get to a place where it's a little bit more open for workshops like that.
And I would just build on that. I agree with everything you said. Just having a lot of materials available, so having the Play-Doh, the Lego, the pipe cleaners, whatever you think might work for that, having multiple modes of expressing themselves, I think could be also helpful. And then also posing the problem up front first without giving them or showing the tools that they will use to solve it, I think could be something. So they're thinking through the problem that they want to solve, and then you give them the tools after they know the problem. That might be helpful. And maybe also posing it, what we do in our lab here is we talk about prototyping for inspiration. So it's okay if it doesn't work correctly, it's okay if it doesn't look perfect, but you have this prototype that you've learned from and you can work from and you can iterate on it and build from there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry that's all the time we have for our panel, but thank you all for participating in it. We'll move on. Thank you.
We want to talk to you about the importance of imagining. So if you can find a seat, please do. You're all so well behaved and quiet. This is amazing. There's a few people coming in, so we'll give them a second to find a chair. So welcome to the Imagine panel. My name is Ayanna Elizabeth Johnson. I'll be moderating. I'm a marine biologist by training, but haven't actually collected any data for about a decade now. I founded and run a consulting firm called Ocean Collective that designs conservation solutions grounded in social justice. And so a lot of the work that we do is imagining what a future relationship with the ocean could be. And before I introduce the panelists, I just wanted to share a little bit of context for what we're going to be discussing today. So in the prompt from Katie, she mentioned the need to imagine a bright, optimistic future for the ocean. I think that's a message that for those of us who are more on the science side, who understand the details of all the different ways things are going wrong, we often aren't imagining the ways that they could go right. And so there's an opportunity to go from bad news to good news, and from no vision for the future to this optimistic one. I will say, however, that there is a misconception that all the news that's being discussed and presented in media is bad news about the ocean, but that is quantitatively untrue. There was a paper led by Jennifer Jacquet analyzing ocean stories in the news, and they're actually not all bad. They're not even mostly bad. And there's this really big appetite on the part of the press to tell positive ocean stories. So I'm hoping that this discussion will inspire a lot of that. So when we started thinking about ocean, imagining a better ocean, the first step at that was this workshop called Beyond the Obituaries that Nancy Knowlton arranged at the Smithsonian. And then that morphed into this collective thinking about ocean optimism. And now what I think about a lot is ocean futurism. What does futurism look like in an ocean context? So it's with that in mind that I want to introduce our panelists who will each give their remarks, starting with Stephen Wendland, who is the head of creative development at Technicolor and currently executive producing season 3 of The Deep, which will be screened at the aquarium here tomorrow. So I'll turn it over to you, Stephen.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Actually, just a slight correction. We're screening a few episodes of season 1. So if you've got kids, please bring them. I think they'll love it. I don't know if anybody's seen the show, but I'll give you a quick whirlwind trip of it. First off, I want to say thank you for inviting me here. It's so great to be here with such an esteemed group of people to discuss our little TV show, The Deep. I guess I have to put the first slide on here. There we go. As was mentioned, I'm an executive producer on the series. I also helped to develop it for TV about 5 years ago, just a little over 5 years ago. And since this is primarily a kids show, I don't want to assume that anybody's seen it. I should start by playing you our opening title sequence. I think it's a good summary of what the show's about, who the characters are, what they want, the kinds of adventures they go on.
My family are explorers. We have been for generations. Some argue that everything on Earth that can be discovered has already been found. While others look up to the stars, we know there are an infinite number of things that shine in the darkness below. There are things lurking in the seas that long ago vanished into myth. We believe these myths are returning. Secrets are rising out of the abyss. My family are explorers, and we explore the deep.
It's fun, right? So when we first discovered the deep, it was a graphic novel called Here Be Dragons. You can see it there. It was written by Tom Taylor and illustrated by James Brower, published by Gestalt, all in Australia. A second novel came out later called The Vanishing Island. My colleague in the UK, Alison Warner, called me up one day and said, yeah, you got to read this novel. It's amazing. I think you'll love it. I read it. I realized she was right. I thought it was bold and fresh. It had strong, diverse characters and an epic story. It was totally different from anything on TV at the time, so we gave it a huge consideration. I always love a story that helps you see something that you thought you knew with completely fresh eyes. And that's what struck me about The Deep. Tom Taylor once told me the inspiration for The Deep came to him either from an article he read or a scientist he heard. I'm sure you've heard this too, how we know more about outer space than we do about our own oceans. And something just clicked with him in that moment, and he realized he had his big idea for the Deep. And it's a big reason why we decided to option it and develop it for TV. I think it's simple, and it's a powerful premise for telling loads of great story ideas. And I think one of the reasons why the series works so well is that it somehow feels strangely authentic. We're not forcing healthy edutainment for kids here. It doesn't play down to its audience. It doesn't try to be cute. And it's certainly not preachy. The Deep is aspirational. It's fun. Many of our stories are based on a premise that happens to be real, either a real creature, a real location, or a real event in history. And we take that premise, and then we build a fun mystery around it. When we first pitched the series, the only thing broadcasters said they wanted, without exception, was comedy, comedy, comedy. Unfortunately, we pitched them adventure, but we managed to stand out from the pack with a really fresh, quality show. And thankfully, The Deep now airs all around the world. Here in the US, it's available on Netflix and Universal Kids. The show does incredibly well in Europe, especially in the UK and Germany. We've used these territories as key to building the brand. And we're doing our best to try and expand the brand into areas beyond the TV screen. We've created a short 40 film, which is now available in a few theme parks and aquariums across the US, as well as a special Deep branded activity at Sea Life aquariums in Germany and the UK. We're actually doing a special screening, as you've mentioned, so please bring your kids. I'm happy to say that we now have toys. coming out this quarter in Europe and hopefully soon available on Amazon in the US. Toys are doing a soft launch before Christmas, then expanding to a bigger push in spring. We also have a line of great quality books from Bloomsbury that have just released in the UK and Australia. And I'm proud to say that we've recently announced a partnership with Necton Oxford Deep Ocean Research Institute. These guys go on real deep sea missions. They've discovered hundreds of new species in their last mission, and they expect to find thousands more in their next mission, which begins next year. Our partnership helps them connect to a younger demographic and helps us connect our fans to the real ocean. But I think one of the most satisfying things about working on The Deep is hearing directly from our audience. For example, we get to hear some parents like to watch it when their kids aren't home, or that they like to dress up for Halloween as the Necton family. But we also get to hear how much it genuinely inspires people. Believe it or not, we've had multiple comments from parents that tell us their kids have decided to become marine conservationists because of this show. I can't tell you how amazing it feels. It's almost like we're no longer just making a TV series. If you'd like to know more about The Deep, feel free to chat with me after this, or please check out our website at thedeepanimated.com. Thank you.
I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, Ella Al-Shamahi, who's a National Geographic explorer, a presenter on BBC and PBS, and a comic, and also just no big deal, paleoanthropologist specializing in fossil hunting in hostile territories. So she's not an ocean person, so please give her a warm welcome to our ocean space, Ella.
Thanks so much for having me, guys. So yeah, that's the big confession, that I'm not an oceans person. The bigger confession is I can barely swim. Like, I can get from A to B, but nobody understands how I got there based on my technique, that kind of thing. And essentially, I'm a mountain person, I'm a cave person, that's what I do. And it so happens that I was really interested in looking at some caves in the island of Socotra, which is between Yemen and Somalia. And then I kind of got stuck with the ocean to get there. I basically got lumbered with the ocean. I don't think this is the kind of room that you're supposed to say you got lumbered with the ocean, but that's basically how it was. And the issue, so to speak, was that I had to look at the ocean if I was really interested in trying to raise the profile of this incredible place. It's known as the Galapagos of the Indian Ocean. It's an incredibly beautiful, diverse place. And then I had to rely on what I know to raise the profile, and that's usually how I work. So my other jobs, as mentioned, are that I am a stand-up comic, and I am a presenter, BBC presenter, sometimes PBS as well, and sometimes I'm a producer as well. And the reason why I do those things is actually pretty simple. There are a few reasons, but the main reason for this room certainly is that we have a communication problem in science. We just do. We have a massive, massive communication problem. And when I say we have a massive communication problem, I mean, some people just don't even believe us. Some people don't even believe the data that we show them. Some people find us really boring. Okay, we've got to accept that. Some people find science, the ocean, actually quite boring, which is weird to some of us, I know, but it's the truth. And some people, of course, just don't really respond very well to the preachiness, maybe, the doom and gloom narratives. Some of us who are activists and missionaries, we love that stuff. But actually, to the masses, sometimes that doesn't work. So I strongly, strongly believe in harnessing three things. One is being comedy and humor. The second is adventure. Adventure is exciting. And the third thing is the power of the moving image. And by that, I usually mean film and television. Though also, apparently it means YouTube as well. So, you know, quite open and broad. And so the issue is, how do we do this? And I think the issue before that is to just point out that there's hope in these narratives, actually, and there's hope in these methods. If you think about 30 years ago, now, we all know that people of colour and the gay community certainly have issues today still. But if you look at the progress that's been made over the past 30 years, if you're not willing to acknowledge that a part of that difference in the mainstream and the attitudes of the mainstream is a result, a direct result of comedy and television and film, then, you know, it just is. If you think about something like Will and Grace, it partly changed the zeitgeist. It was partly the right moment, certainly, but it also changed the zeitgeist because it humanized, it was emotional. And that's part of it, right? Part of it is that in this room, there's probably a lot of academics, there's probably a lot of scientists, there's probably a number of activists, and that's all well and good. But the truth is that kind of means that we tend to really like facts, we tend to really like jargon, we tend to really like nomenclature. And let's be honest, we don't want to be seen as stupid, particularly academics. We're really, really scared to be seen as dumbing down. And we have got to get over ourselves, because if we want to reach the mainstream, they're not interested in nomenclature, they're interested in some wow facts, some of the wow theories certainly, but mostly what they're interested in is a feeling, it's that emotion. And so what I really I very, very quickly just want to hit on just some points to be thinking about, and they'll appeal to some people in the room, some of you might not be your thing. So one is comedy. I was once told that I should stop pulling faces because it makes me look ugly. I took a picture next to these dead guys and I feel perfect. So the thing is, comedy is an interesting one. Now, there will be people in this room that really have an incredible sense of humor. It's okay if you don't, but some of you really, really will, okay? Some of you will know that you have a few jokes in some of your lectures that delivered, some of your presentations that deliver. Guys, if you're into humor, go for it. Really delve into it. Think about taking an improv class, thinking about going to an open mic night, think about taking a comedy class. Because it's not about becoming a comic, it's about learning how to harness the humor. Part of that is also thinking about really funny narratives. And guys, delve in deep. If you think of something that's funny, see if you can collaborate with some comics. See if you can get something out there. Really, really simple example was that I was talking to the Joberts about rhino horn, and how one of the many uses is as a hangover in the Far East and as an aphrodisiac. And the thing is, that's really tragic. And it's also really funny if you take a step back. Now think about, just bear with me, right? Because I might get a bit dark. But think about this for a second, okay? You are essentially wanting to murder an incredible, majestic animal that is endangered just so that you can get a hard-on? Like, think about that. Now, think about if somebody really ran with that in the Far East. Let's say you picked up a few comics in the Far East, YouTube channel, something, and they ran with that as a comedy bit. Like, imagine if somebody did that. It's not preachy, it's taking the piss, and it's kind of funny. And this has been done time and time again with so many things. And we need to be thinking about this with the oceans. What's funny about plastic, guys? We keep thinking about what's depressing, how do we solve it? What's funny about overfishing? How can we embarrass through the use of comedy? How can we stimulate? How can we raise some kind of emotion using comedy? The second thing is adventure. It goes without saying adventure is, you know what? I watched something on Netflix the other day. I watched The Goonies. The Goonies, guys. I was like in heaven. Adventure is so powerful. From the young to the old, adventure is something. If you switch off a documentary about plastics, you might still switch on an adventure doc that also has plastics as some kind of a background theme. And that's what we need to really, really be looking at more. How do we use adventure? It's this incredible thing. And again, so many of us are academics, we're a bit careful, a bit awkward, we don't want to be seen as just, really gung-ho. There's a way of doing it sensibly, of course, but, we need to be thinking about adventure as well. And the final thing is film and television. And I will say, guys, I got into that by taking a module. I took a master's level module in film and television. I would not be here if I didn't do that. Look at your universities, look at your open courses, look at how you can get the skills that you need and then collaborate from there. And I've run out of time. Thank you so much.
I think I just have a...
Our third speaker is Stephen Gould. He's a science fiction author of 11 novels. He's currently working with James Cameron on sequels to Avatar. And he is not an ocean person by profession, per se, but he has a lifetime love affair with the ocean through diving and sailing.
Yeah. I think I've got a... Yeah. So one way I could start this is by saying, Oel Nati Kameye, which, if people have seen the movie, that means I see you, but it's a very significant thing to the movie Avatar. I found myself in a room with James Cameron, in his living room, at one point. It was a job interview, and the first time I ever met him, and it was to do work on this series of movies, but around 20 minutes in, after professing, a very serious love of his movies, particularly the director's cut of The Abyss, I said, I really like your movies, but 12 people have walked on the moon, and only 3 have been to the bottom of the Challenger Deep, and I really want to talk to you about that. Okay, and we had this 2-hour appointment to talk about why they were talking to me, but we went 2 hours and 45 minutes because we spent like an hour and 25 minutes, the next hour and 25 minutes talking about that adventure, about that trip, where, we're not talking, or someone, and oddly enough, it brought back to a book I wrote in 2000 called Blind Waves, which is an incredibly unrealistic book where ice shelves have slid in the Antarctic and the oceans have risen 90 feet and there's a huge paranoia about immigrants, and so just totally unrealistic, completely unlikely to have happened. But in that thing, I had designed a submarine because my main character was doing ocean exploration. In this case, she's doing coastal ocean exploration of drowned communities. right? Communities that are now completely underwater. And I designed that sub and had James Cameron say to me, you know, that sub you did and that would work. And have someone who co-designed the submarine that went down to the bottom of the Challenger Deep to say that was just incredibly, that was a high point, you know, peaked early kind of moment. But if I would say anything, there's some common things about what has been said here earlier, and that is the arts, video, TV, books, comics, and so on are the ultimate cruise ship. And a cruise ship, for people who don't know, was especially during World War II and World War I, were merchant vessels that were armed with deck guns, which were then concealed because torpedoes were incredibly expensive for the Germans, so they would actually surface their U-boots, undo their deck guns, and sink the merchant shipping. And so the merchant ships were sitting there waiting for that to happen, and they would undo their deck guns and they would sink it. So it's a disguised weapon. And so in science fiction, in fantasy, in drama of any kind, that's a cue ship that lets you examine issues that are far more serious and far more significant, and also to a certain extent unattractive to your reader, your viewer, and so on. So your ability to deal with issues, like in my fiction, I've dealt with issues of childhood sexual abuse. I've dealt with issues of various social issues. But this is in the middle of our drama, our story. So we get people who are going to turn away from a news story about that, who are going to put down a newspaper article on that issue, and instead they're going to subconsciously absorb that. I am not advocating that people write political tracts. That people, in fact, whenever we write something that is designed specifically to propagandize a concept, we end up turning off our viewers, our readers, as much as anything. But the things that we are passionate about cannot help but emerge in our works of art, our works of fiction. I find that it is just as important for me that the science in my fiction, the science in my stories, and oddly enough, James Cameron feels the same way, that if you don't get that right, you're not going to be able to sell the fantastic element of your stories. And that would be the message. Get everything. I tell lies for a living to tell an ultimate truth. But if I want them to buy a big lie, a big non-scientific fact in my story, I surround that with as much scientific, psychological, and physical realism as I possibly can. And that's the way you do it to sell whatever else you're selling. Thanks, that's time.
Thank you. Well, this actually makes me feel really hopeful because we have all the elements, right? Like we have the potential. It's, as much as I hate to even make this analogy, it's a lot easier to make people excited about the ocean than about climate change, right? And so when we're thinking about the wow factor and engaging people's feelings on the positive side, on the humor side, on the adventure side, when we have it all there. So it's a matter of how are we weaving that together in all these different ways. And so I'd love to hear from each of you, sort of what do you think are the remaining challenges or roadblocks to scaling the solutions, the communication problem that Ella described? What's going to get us to the next level on this? For any of you.
I mean, I don't think I'm in a position to necessarily, I'm an expert on this. I just think that story, I mean, I'm a huge believer in story, and I think that when you can immerse yourself in an experience, when you can identify and relate and aspire with the characters that you're watching or reading about, that is a powerful means to communication, and that's not just kids, that's everybody. I think if you can show somebody really living and loving and experiencing this world, and you can give them that vicarious experience, that's the key for me, I think.
I also saw in one of your slides that one of your products that you're rolling out is quiz books. I don't know if I'm the only person that was like, quiz books, this is a great addition to the series. Because I loved the workbooks that went with like all my favorite shows and characters. So my question for you is like, how much science are we gonna like sneak into the fun quiz books that go with that?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I hinted at it, and sorry I didn't talk much about the books that we're releasing. They're really beautiful. There's you know, the official handbook of the deep that's out. There's 6 new original stories in chapter books, and then there's that activity book that you mentioned. All of them are sort of peppered with, you know, realism, as you say. We base a lot of the stories. I mean, I did an official track of this at one point, where, you know, almost every story has a basis in fact, and then we sort of just grow it and blow it and build on that into something that sort of tips into fantasy. But it's that appealing, is it real? Could it be real? It might be real, is really tantalizing. And I think it's a really critical part of the show's success. I don't think it would be near the success if we didn't have that sort of realistic grounding. I think it would just be this fantasy show that people might enjoy, but it wouldn't have that sort of really compelling, I want to go there kind of feel, you know?
So Ella, you said one thing that really struck me, which is the value of humor, but in particular you mentioned ocean plastic pollution and overfishing, and we need to find the humor in that. So I'm going to put you on the spot and say, I'm guessing a lot of people are like, good idea, but like, how the hell would we do that? Because it's really hard and depressing. Do you have any initial thoughts on how overfishing could be funny?
So I think that's the point, right? So there will be people in this room who study overfishing or who are, you know, really engaged with overfishing. Now, the question is really to them, where's the funny in it? There's got to be something funny about it, or a way of making it funny. Now, maybe it's not the thing itself. Maybe you can create a character who is just so useless that, you know, he kind of, or she enters into a kind of funny territory. But I would say that the step before that, in answer to your first question, is 2 things. One is to be thinking about our institutions and our organizations and how we help those within those organizations and institutions be better communicators. Really, really simple things, like if you were to once a term, once a semester, organize an evening of communicators where you invite the general public and you get them to try and be funny, right? So let's say you had 10 people that worked in overfishing and you asked them all to get on stage and to just talk about the most ridiculous parts of their work. Now imagine if that was the culture across you know, the country and my own country and what have you. Eventually people would start to see some really interesting but amusing things. Now then, if you went on to the next step, which I was going to suggest, which is in addition to helping people become better communicators and teaming them up with people that are really good speakers and having these evenings and these events, if you were to then think about networking, so getting them to meet comics, getting them to meet stand-ups, getting them to meet improv troupes, eventually something would come out, and eventually one of those things would go viral. And I suppose that's what I'm saying. The better we are at communicating, the better, you know, Neanderthals is what I study. Now, they're kind of funny just because they're Neanderthals, right? But some of the stuff that I find funny is war, and war is not funny by nature, but I have a solid 5 minutes that will make you laugh, right? And it's just because I've studied it for so long, and I've got in it so deep that I found the funny in it. So the question, I suppose, is a terrible thing, but sorry, it's up to you guys. Those of you that study overfishing, where's the funny in it? Try and find the funny and think about, is there something in here that could go viral that's funny?
So, other Stephen, along those lines, finding the humor in things, the wow, the opportunity to tell a story from a new perspective. I mean, you, in this science fiction world, are like imagining whole new ways of seeing and interacting with the planet. And so I guess I would say and you've told so many different types of stories, what are the stories that really remain untold? Are there any major opportunities or narratives that you think that really need to be brought into this space?
I actually think that is less of an issue than, well, there's a huge variety of stories being told. The question is whether or not they find their audience or not. So you can look at almost any of these issues. The interesting thing is the technique. One thing about how to examine the unfunny thing. If we set this overfishing thing on a completely different planet, we no longer have to cringe as humans, consumers of fish that were overfished or are taking at a point in their life cycle without realizing that they have a 25-year birth cycle, so that are removing this. Sure, there's lots of fish, but we're not actually going to see more for an incredibly long time. So that stuff can be moved into a thing that will not make cringe. And you can, and even though it's a dark subject when examined here, you can definitely go ludicrous on the topic. But it's interesting. So science fiction has a fake a reputation as a futurist phenomenon, when in fact science fiction predicts the future the same way a shotgun kills a duck, right? You fire off a shotgun, the pellets spread out, and one pellet occasionally hits the duck and takes it down. So that's...
Maybe we don't want like analogies where we're killing our future, though.
Well, hits the target.
Take it down.
Just hits the target. One thing hits the target, but so many things don't. On the other hand, science fiction is almost always more about the time it is written than its ostensible setting, its past, future, fantasy, etc. The Lord of the Rings is about among other things, the trench warfare of World War I, which Tolkien experienced. So there's things that happen, but I really believe strongly that narrative art in particular, but other kinds of art, can, wrestle with these issues in ways that are far more acceptable to a mass audience than putting out a tract. Political tract.
It's interesting because what I'm hearing from all three of you is that there's this opportunity to use art and story and moving images to help people imagine other ways, right? It doesn't have to be the way it is now with this absurdity of like, I know, let's kill all of the fish right when they're about to make babies. That'll be a good way to make it sustainable, So thinking about like, how do we envision another way? Help people see that there are other options, right? Other ways.
I think there's also different audiences, right? So in the UK, like for example, we have different channels on the BBC. So BBC 4 is for the people that are really serious. And then BBC 2 is a bit less serious. And BBC 1 is like, hey, plastic's bad, guys. Like it's very, it's very, but the thing is, and we've got to remember that that's...
Canvas bag, take your canvas bag.
Guys, we're starting a performance out here, but no. But I think the truth is that we need to remember that there are different things. So the tracts, for example, are really useful for the academics and for the activists because they're the ones who need all the information. But actually, if we want to reach the masses, that's where you need to start thinking about this
Stephen, you mentioned that the show was really popular in the UK and Germany in particular. Why do you think that is? Speaking of these different audiences.
That's a good, well, there's a couple of factors. Part of it is the strategy of building the show. We sold it to CBBC at one point, and we partnered with Super RTL in Germany, who became a big brand partner on it. So there's a lot of factors that go into the success or failure of a kids' TV show. Sometimes it's a lot of luck, but those particular territories happen to be good for a good viewing base as well as extended licensing opportunities. So that's.
I was hoping for some like weird cultural hook.
I was wondering myself.
There's like a business, a practical business.
The amount of and level of public education, which has been a problem in our country as we cut back on various aspects of that, is different, is sufficiently high that there's an engagement there.
I don't know the specific. I can't speak to that necessarily. All I can say is, I kind of come back to the fact that if you can, well, let me back up and say, part of the fact of the marketplace right now, and it's especially in kids' business industry, is that you have to make a universal brand. You have to make something that can appeal, because you can't easily sell to one broadcaster and fund your show. So by definition, you have to put the pennies together from all sorts of different territories and markets. So that changes the kind of content that you're creating in a way. So you're trying to create something that can be universally, and that's a good thing, captured by an audience around the world. And this happens to be one that seems to be connecting all around the world.
Great. Questions? We're all going to see if I'm better at surfing or throwing things. Michael.
Hey, all right. Well, thanks, Ayana. I actually don't have a question. I just wanted to hold the cool mic.
Give it back then.
No. So I'm the director of the Aspen Institute High Seas Initiative. And so one of the things that we work on is trying to figure out how to connect people to the high seas, which is inherently difficult because it's at least 200 miles away and the ocean's really deep there. And I think story's a great way to do that. I'm also a recovering television writer myself and a book editor. And so as I think about stories, and particularly about the stories that you're talking about in the science fiction realm or in the children's television realm, one of the aspects that we kind of bump up against is that there are programs like Wildcrats, where you have actual science being done with children and engagement with animals that actually exist, and then the deep and some of the science fiction components where there's this element of here be dragons and showing things that in your fantasy mind could exist. But we sort of know enough about the oceans to know that those large discovery creatures don't actually exist yet, whereas in space, of course, everything is open to be a possibility. So how do you bridge the gap between wanting to do both of those things, of including science and including creativity, but knowing enough to know that maybe the greatest creative things aren't actually there? How do you bridge that gap?
Could I take a stab at this?
Yes, please.
One of my great dislikes, my thing I will rant out about a little bit, is movies and stories in general that depict technology and science as the villain. Okay, so in the case of the ocean, this has been a tremendous thing. I mean, we have the Meg going right now, where yes, that there's a giant creature out there that it wants to eat you, right? It wants to be destructive. It wants to. I wish we could find species like that that were so massive, but so. I think it's really important to try and find drama that does not demonize technology, that does not demonize literally the scientific method. Right now, we get enough of that in the news where, oh yeah, global climate change, yeah. It's just not, we have people who are denying stuff that 98.7% of scientists working in climate field say it's a real thing. And so, but then you get representations of, well, here's the one scientist who doesn't buy that, and then take one scientist from the other group versus. So I think that's part of what we need to avoid. The Michael Crichton science is out there to eat you, kill you, and do something school thing. I really prefer the, we got rid of smallpox in my lifetime, School of Science and so on. And I think that's a very important direction to go. But again, engaging story, engaging characters. We're never going to get anywhere. Cameron spent 5 years or so working on a project, a movie project that was going to be about the first the colonization of Mars, the real. And he spent, incredible amounts of time. He had a room full of file cabinets with all the research material, and he said, I could do this movie, or I could do a sequel to the Avatar projects, which have already made a significant change in attitudes about colonization, the treatment of native peoples, the exploitation, over-exploitation of resources to the detriment of an environment. And so literally he tabled that and went towards the sequels in hopes that there would be actual change resulting from these. So.
We'll take one more question. I got super chatty. This is gonna, I might just like walk. Is this cheating when you walk over before you throw?
Yes. Hey, I got it. Okay, so I have like 2 questions.
Sorry, we really only have time
only
for one.
Okay, I have
you can. They'll be around.
Okay, so I'm here with my 12-year-old son, and a big part of being 12 years old is video games these days. So how do you think the medium of video games, which is like kind of the cross between imagination and play, is going to make an impact on the younger generation in terms of awareness of all of these issues and awareness of the ocean?
I have no idea.
I mean, my initial response, and I mean, it's such a big question. There's 1,000 answers to it, I'm sure. But I mean, one thing that I'm particularly excited about is that video games are getting to such a sophistication that they can really tell stories, and it's stories in a different way. They're immersive stories in a way that you couldn't tell on the TV screen or the film. And I think that's powerful storytelling when you can be in that and you can experience these things. So, I'm not going to judge which games are good, which games are bad, but the ability to do that now is really powerful. And that excites me. There's some fantastic games out there that really have incredibly sophisticated tricks to immerse you in that experience. And I think there's a whole, I think people have just scratched the surface on what you can do with that.
My daughters play a game that is set in an alien ocean that is really impressive in both its graphics and immersion, and the number of life forms and so on that you have to interact, because it's a survival game as well. So I'll have to actually get the name of the thing. I don't have it in my head, but I can definitely ask me later. Yeah.
Is it called what?
Spore.
No, it's not Spore, but that's an interesting.
Subnautica?
Subnautica. That's it. Subnautica. Yeah, Subnautica.
I'm only attending conferences in the future where there are children because they have all the answers. And on that note, unfortunately, we have to wrap up this panel, but thank you so much. That was really great.
All right, hi everybody. My name is Emily Salvador. I'm a second-year master's student here at the MIT Media Lab, and I'm just so excited that this forum is being hosted here. It's such an exciting opportunity to meet such inspiring people, especially the people on my panel. They're such stewards of imagination and engagement and innovation in so many ways, and I'm so excited that they're here to speak to you all today. But before we get started, I wanted to tell you all 2 stories of mine. that relate to the theme of this panel, which is immersion. So similar to Neil Jacobs, who gave the keynote this morning, I also grew up on the Treasure Coast in Vero Beach. And conveniently, Vero Beach is an hour and a half away from the theme parks in Orlando, so Disney and Universal and SeaWorld. And when I was a kid, I loved going to Epcot. It was one of the most inspiring science museums, albeit labeled as a theme park for me. And I distinctly remember in one of the showcases, they had this giant touch screen, and on it you could feed fish, and you could learn more about them and engage with their environments in really interesting ways. And I remember asking my parents, how does this touchscreen work? Like, where are touchscreens? When can I get one? And at the time, you know, iPhones weren't around yet, and it was the only place where you could engage with these really inspiring technologies. The same can be said for aquariums and museums and theme parks alike. They really bring forward innovative technologies in ways that don't reach the public until they become commercially viable. And in that, I can definitively say that going to theme parks and museums is the reason that I went to MIT and that I'm at the MIT Media Lab. So I'm really thankful to people like the ones that are on this panel that have championed those initiatives. And then the other story that I wanted to tell is, how many of you have ever been to a tide pool? Just go ahead and like raise your hand. Oh, okay, a lot of you. And how many of you have seen, just shout out some names of animals that you've seen, maybe an octopus or a sea cucumber? Great. I'm sure you all said something different, and I think that that's really cool. So, you know, paralleling my experiences at museums and theme parks, there's actually going to tide pools. I think that they're one of the most exciting places because every time I go, there's a different story that's being told. I'm having a different experience. There's serendipity in what I get to discover that day by going. And I think that there's a lot of lessons that can be drawn from ocean exploration and ocean engagement that then can inform museum spaces and theme park spaces. And so I'm really excited to introduce this panel now. We're going to start with Sven Lindblad from Lindblad Expeditions, and he brings people to the ocean by creating marine-focused expeditions aboard small ships. Sven has focused on global exploration with the goal of inspiring people to explore and care about the planet. And so this is really exciting. So you bring people to the ocean and create immersive experiences for them.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. First of all, it's been so much fun listening to everybody here. Just Ella sort of triggered this, and various other people have talked about what were the triggers in their lives that created some level of passion or interest to do what they currently do as adults. And she brought up rhinos in a somewhat different context. But when I was 19, I moved to East Africa for I went for a summer, and then I dropped out of school and then stayed for the next 7 years. And I was living in a national park called Tsavo, 5,000 square miles, the largest national park in East Africa. And it also had the largest population of black rhino in the world. And one day I was a little bored. I was working at this tented camp because we didn't have any guests, and I decided to go out just to see how many rhinos I could find in one day. And I found 59, which was an extraordinary number, even for us. 15, 20 a day were fairly normal, but 59 was extraordinary. And then I went back 10 years later, and I was there for a week and did not find one. And I think that's the point when I became a conservationist, way before I became a business person, because I felt that that was way, way too much power in the hands of people, that we could essentially wipe out an animal. In any case, but that's not really what I'm here to talk about. But we all have something that gives us that kind of base for whatever it is we ultimately choose to do. When I left East Africa, I wound up becoming particularly interested in the ocean, mainly because it reminded me of the Serengeti, odd kind of notion, but that's a long story. And now I run an expedition travel business in partnership with National Geographic. We have 8 ships all over the world. So currently we have 2 in Antarctica, 2 permanently in the Galapagos Islands, 1 in the Channel Islands, 3 in dry dock, which is no fun, but they'll be heading to Costa Rica, Panama, and Belize, and Baja California. So over the years, what we've tried to do is give people extraordinary experiences. We all know the ocean is wonderful, it's mysterious, it's full of interest. We know it's essential, we know it's under threat, And we certainly know that it's not as well understood as it ought to be or needs to be. And so this opportunity to bring, in our case, something like 25,000 people a year to the ocean, give them extraordinary experiences of a lifetime, which is not a cliche in this case. Each expedition being different because it's really almost totally dominated by the forces of nature. And then bringing them in connection with ideas, scientists, naturalists, historians, whatever it may be, that inspires and enlightens that time that we're together, I think is really potent. And we also have a fund together with National Geographic. We raise about $1.5 to $2 million a year that we invest in conservation, education, and exploration. And now I've been talking with Katie, who I've known for a long time, during her time working with Bob Ballard, about how we could use these ships more effectively as platforms for science, research, storytelling, what have you. And so I'm going to show you a brief video because that's going to illustrate it best. And I know time is of the essence here.
Ice matters to me because it's such an incredibly, insanely beautiful substance. But ice is also a window into environmental change. It's where we can see and touch and hear and feel climate change in action. Since 2007, our team has deployed time-lapse cameras, and they make a record of how glaciers are receding as a consequence, apparently, of climate change. Now, these cameras that we're in the process of installing here in Antarctica right now are the first time that we've had an opportunity to look at this part of the world. Lindblad has given us access to the ship. You know, the logistics down here are very, very difficult, very expensive. It's hard to get to these sites. And the opportunity to work from this remarkable floating logistics platform, if you want to think of it as such, the National Geographic Explorer, is fantastic. And we're all together getting these cameras in the right place at the right time.
So we're here on South Georgia and we're doing the very first biodiversity assessment that's ever been done by a citizen science program. We're here with Lindblad National Geographic, and today we're going to be doing a BioBlitz. There are lots of very educated people who want to contribute meaningfully to the world around them and to the scientific knowledge of our planet. And now with technology, if you have an iPhone, if you have a Samsung Galaxy, a tablet, or just your camera, you can meaningfully contribute to how we understand the ecosystems.
The National Geographic Lindblad vessels bring a greater number of people to a greater number of places than professional scientific parties can touch in a year. And that's just such a fantastic resource, and especially nowadays, when we all carry around with us really remarkably powerful photographic devices that just happen, oh, by the way, to consistently talk to GPS satellites. So every time we click our smartphone button, we're geotagging a particular observation that no scientist likely was ever going to get to make.
We then collate all of those photos that we've collected on the day and we upload them to a website called iNaturalist. That photo now becomes a data point for that biodiversity survey, so that conservationists, researchers, and anyone from anywhere in the world can get the data and start to find out what's happening and what's changing in these fragile ecosystems.
We're hosted on board a Lindblad Expeditions and the National Geographic Society to do this research. This is research that we're doing in several parts of the world, and particularly here in Antarctica.
Killer whales are the top predator in the ocean, so understanding the impact they have as predators on marine ecosystems is very important, particularly with ecosystems that are changing rapidly.
Not only are they doing their work, but every day they're sharing that work with our guests. So this is an interactive process. Science is being done, research is being developed, and our guests are participating in that whole experience. And everybody benefits as a consequence of that. This is real citizen science.
How many killer whales are there? Where do they travel? What do they eat? They sound like very simple and basic questions, but they're difficult. It takes a long time, and we have to use some complicated research equipment to do it.
I think it works both as an experience for them and as a research opportunity for us.
Okay, time's up. But I'll be around for the next day. I'd love to talk to any of you who have any ideas about how this may be applicable to your work or your ideas.
Fantastic. So next I'd like to introduce Vicki. Vicki is the president and CEO of the New England Aquarium and its Research and Conservation Institute, the Anderson Cabot Center for Ocean Life. She served as the president and CEO of the Council on Foundations and the Ocean Conservancy, and she's also founded many organizations that help empower scientists to engage in the public discourse on environmental issues. And we're very excited that she's here.
Thank you. I think I only have one slide. I'm the most low-tech one on the panel, if I can find it. There it is. So good afternoon, or good morning, everybody. It's almost lunchtime. So I just want to thank Katie for this opportunity. It's just such a pleasure to be here. I have sort of dipped in and out of ocean conservation over the course of the last 10 years of my career, and I'm not sure an event like this with such an amazingly diverse group of people in talking about this issue in such an interconnected way could have happened, certainly not 10 years ago. So kudos to MIT and to Katie for pulling this together. So I wanted to also share a little bit about my personal connection. I was fortunate enough, I am the daughter of a military officer who moved around all over the world, and I was fortunate enough to spend my high school years along in Pensacola, Florida, along the Gulf Coast. And if you've ever been there, it's the most beautiful water and the most beautiful sugar white sand, and I was also into surfers, not surfing, just surfers. and I just fell in love with the ocean, and I wanted to be a marine biologist. And I just knew it. And I had a science teacher who was a bit of a mentor to me, who actually told me there was no place for women in science. And I am of an age where that was not an unusual thing. I was a pretty good writer, and so I pursued a liberal arts career. You know, it's amazing how karma happens and how life comes full circle, because I'm still pinching myself to be here at this meeting with these panelists, but also now leading this beloved, iconic institution called the New England Aquarium. So be persistent. I had all kinds of great opportunities that came my way, and I took them and eventually found my way back into this world. And you know, what I think of is my strengths in communicating married with this passion I have for the ocean and trying to figure out how do we get people to care about these issues as much as we care about them. And so the title of this panel is Immerse. I am 3 months into my job at the New England Aquarium, so I know very little, frankly, about how we design our exhibits, how we pull all of this stuff together, and I want to be very transparent and authentic about this. I want to call out Billy Spitzer, who is our Vice President for Education and Exhibit Design. So if you have any questions about that, he's the guy to ask. But I came to this institution because I really believe in the power of aquariums. When I was earlier in my career, I was recruited by the Pew Charitable Trusts to start a project that became something called CWEB. And we worked at the interface of science, communications, and policy, trying to help scientists be more effective communicators. And at the time, the Pew Charitable Trust ran a project called the Pew Fellows in Ocean Conservation. There may be some of you in the room. And that was housed at the New England Aquarium. So I learned my early lessons about conservation actually happened at the New England Aquarium, and it really changed the course of my life. So I believe in the power of aquariums, which historically have been really there to entertain. And entertainment is fabulous, and we've had panels about play and interactivity, and all of that's great, but I think there is a progression that's evolving, and we're kind of moving from kind of entertainment to education to inspiration, and then to what I'll call activation. And I came to the New England Aquarium because I've run a major conservation organization. I deeply believe in the power of communicating science and research, which the aquarium has had a 50-year history of doing. But then what do you do with all of that? So I want to be slightly provocative about this topic of immersion. We must continue to give people these incredible experiences like Sven and the others on the panel have done. Carlos has worked with us at the aquarium in our Science of Sharks exhibit, for example, to edit film that really creates this impression that you're right there with the sharks. All of those things are amazingly important. But I'm here because I want to ask the question, to what end? How do we take all of this inspiration and all of this education and really inspire people to action? And so I think there is a real opportunity for aquariums to become 21st century conservation organizations. And we're fortunate to be working with MIT, and I hope some of you will come to the workshop this afternoon on the future of aquariums, which historically has been about what happens inside aquariums. But I think the new conversation is what's inspired inside those four walls that then makes you act out in the world in new and powerful ways. And one very simple example of that is the work that we've been doing. Our science at the New England Aquarium helped the Obama administration justify the designation of the Northeast Canyons and Seamounts National Marine Monument, just 130 miles off of this coast. The Trump administration is working on rolling back a number of these protections for national monuments, both on land and on sea. And early in my tenure, a month or so ago, really early, I lent my voice to an op-ed that I penned that talked about the importance of these incredibly beautiful places. The Serengeti of the sea, actually, is the Northeast Canyons and Seamounts. And we need to be using our voice not only to inspire, but to also activate. And we got, I think, something like 700 people signed an online petition. So those 1.4 million visitors that come into the aquarium every year can be mobilized to action. And so I'm really eager to talk with those of you in this room to learn from you about how to do that with respect and to really make change happen in the world. So thank you. Yeah, busy.
Thank you so much, Vicki. Next, we have Carlos Toro. He is creating impactful experiences that draw on the scientists to inspire action. He leads a team of designers and developers and filmmakers at Steer Digital. And he's directed and produced conservation-themed programming for the Discovery Channel and National Geographic. And he's recently partnered with Looking Glass Factory to produce experimental underwater volumetric content featuring giant manta rays. And so what I think is really great about this panel is we just went from people that are taking you out into the world, people that are bringing you out into the world from these liminal experiences, and now we're going to hear from somebody that designs experiences within these liminal spaces.
So one thing that you forgot to mention is it's Throwback Thursday. So I have to open this up right. This is Smith Hill, Providence, Rhode Island. This is where I'm from. So the reason I bring this up is because all hands on deck to me, like I want to dig a little bit deeper with that definition. Like and in my mind, it's not just like engineers, researchers. It's like people that you drive by the neighborhood and you might not think there's much going on here, you know? I was jumping in and out of that window a lot. And I was exploring, I was exploring my backyard, I was exploring my neighborhood. I would be out all day and I wouldn't come home till really late. And so I think we know this, and I think, I feel good about who's here today. And I'm not cynical about who's here today, but I want to re-emphasize that these places are worth investing in, because there's kids here that can contribute to this. Someone bring it a little bit forward, and I'm going to show you that my concept of nature at 17 wasn't that sophisticated. Okay? This is us on top of a rock. We just took a photo. This is what we thought being out in nature meant. But one thing that I want to mention about this photo is these are all first-generation Americans. You know, and the biggest thing for them is to just have financial stability. It's not even about contributing to this discussion at all. This is like a luxury. This is like maybe next generation. But one thing that I saw is I didn't want to miss that boat. I felt like I was coming late to a dinner party, like the American dinner party, which is like get a home, have, you know, a safe, secure place for your kids, move out to the suburbs. But at the same time, it seems like that model is going away. It's just counter, it basically is counter to what's happening in the wider context, the environment. So I don't even know if that's something that I want to dedicate myself to. So I decided to jump in. Like I've always loved nature, and there were like some satellite dishes on that house, and through those satellite dishes, we got Discovery Channel, we got, Nat Geo. So the value of that is known to me. And so about a few years ago, I really jumped in. But the funny thing about this is this was like my bucket list item. And I thought, just one day in my life, I want to do, as a filmmaker, I do get access to these incredible experiences. But I thought one day this was going to be like the top. And then I blew right past that. Right? Yeah. Yeah. And so that for me was really empowering because I felt like I could go back to the people that, I have new networks and new relationships, but I could also go back to the people I grew up with and say, there's so much out there to be inspired by, There's so much out there to be awed by, It's not all doom and gloom. Especially today. I think we should take like 10 seconds for silence because there was a massacre this morning. And this is the context in which we're working. Because how are we going to make people care about this when there's all these other things happening? So I just want to take 10 seconds. Okay, so I'll get into a little bit more. This is me being really stupid. Okay? Yeah, that's a probably 12 to 15 foot tiger shark. So this is for the Discovery Channel. But one thing that I really, really love about this experience is it got me up close and personal with these animals that are vilified, right? Just soon enough you find out that those myths just melt away. And that was very important for my growth. This is down in Ecuador, where I'm doing some work as an FMME ambassador. And this is also the project, so we have Alex Hornstein in the back. And I teamed up with Alex to develop a 32 camera holographic rig that I'm going to show you guys. And so this kind of comes back full circle. I want to be able to immerse kids in neighborhoods who, and really everyone, but I have that bias too, that I care about that population, right? Like I want to be able to show them that there's really amazing things out there. And like, how close can I get them to that, So this project was meant to get much closer to that. Alex was like, hey, we can make these things look alive in a box. I'm like, cool. So there's a display outside where you can see the footage that we picked up. And there's some moments in there where you can see this technology working really well. But it's really beta, beta, beta. Super beta. So here's a moment here where you can kind of see where you start to get a sense of the volume and depth. And this might have applications in museums, aquariums. And Alex has a really, really cool presentation about aquariums of the future. And whether or not you can distinguish whether what you're seeing in the tank is there for real, or if you can trick the brain into believing that this is all happening in there without having to house these animals. So this is the last photo. This is our studio now. It's in Providence, Rhode Island, and it's right down the street from where I grew up. And you know, for me, it's not just a office location. It's not just a studio location. It's a place that people can come in and get acquainted with what we've been able to see, because we've been privileged enough to do that. So that's it.
That's awesome. Thank you.
That was great. Yeah, thank you so much, Carlos, and thank you for reminding us that immersive and actionable experiences should also be accessible. Dan Fields is an executive creative director at Disney Parks Live Entertainment at Walt Disney Imagineering. He leads creative development for all the Marvel-themed entertainment in Disney parks and resorts worldwide. And he's worked extensively with the Disney Cruise Lines to produce day-long experiences and shows like Star Wars Day at Sea and Marvel Day at Sea.
Thanks very much. I'm delighted to be here with so many great thinkers and contributors. I'm sort of the outlier coming from the world of entertainment and theater. I have the honor and the pleasure to conceive and develop and produce and deliver live entertainment experiences in the parks. I think that I was invited to participate in this event because one of my passions is finding ways of drawing the guests deeper into an experience. So long before I was an Imagineer, I was a theater director of plays and musicals. In Seattle, I wanted to tinker with how to make theater more engaging, so I tried staging Shakespeare's The Tempest with the guests sitting on the floor and the play happening all around them, and recruiting the audience to help Ariel from The Tempest, not the sea, to make some of the magic. But then joining the heartbeat of the American theater in New York, my very first job was as the assistant director on the original production of The Lion King on Broadway. So in case you're not one of the 90 million people who have seen that production in the last 20 years, probably the most defining moment of that production is the very first one. As the famous chant begins the show and the song The Circle of Life begins, the entire animal kingdom parades through the aisles of the theater. And that instantly makes everyone in the theater a subject of King Mufasa, and also instantly more invested in that story. About 12 years ago, I became a creative director for live entertainment at the Live Entertainment Studio at Walt Disney Imagineering. And how to connect with our guests through character and story and experience became even more important to me in the theme park environment. Now, most of our young guests, they would meet and hug Mickey Mouse as a large walk-around character. Emily, you might have done that when you were at Epcot. So the puppets that we created for Disney Junior Live on Stage allowed 2 to 7-year-old kids to experience Mickey and his friends as their size for the first time, recontextualizing that experience. And in case that wasn't enough for the toddler crowd, we did engage them by dropping bubbles on them and confetti on them, which of course makes us the only time in history that is appropriate for this keynote transition. We've all wanted to find the perfect opportunity for that. I also created stage shows for the Disney Cruise Line, like this comedy, Villains Tonight. So in this case, we allowed the characters like Hades and Ursula to improvise with the audience as part of the show to defang any young audience members who might have a fear of the villains. And then even the streets of Hong Kong Disneyland became our stage. With the Muppet Mobile Lab, Dr. Bunsen Honeydew, who I think got his degree here, he could actually see from a remote location, could see and talk directly to the guests as he drove around. And then he would lure them in to become the subjects of his misguided experiments with poor Beaker, of course, getting the worst of it. You're going to meet the writer and director, show director of that event, Corey Rouse, at this afternoon's workshop. So when you engage directly with the guests, they're going to stay longer, and they're going to play longer, and then surprising things might happen. For the opening of Shanghai Disneyland, we wanted the guests to feel like Darth Vader was really there. So we allowed him to occasionally take over Tomorrowland. The guests didn't seem to be too concerned with the dark side. They just followed him around taking selfies. But my current challenge is bringing to life the superheroes from the Marvel Universe. Our guests, both young and old, are really eager to have heroic encounters with these aspirational characters and relate to their heroic qualities, not just their actions. So we try to create real dimensional locations and a narrative conceit to back up those experiences. In the movies, we sit in the dark and we watch a protagonist have an adventure. So like in this theatrical show where Doctor Strange levitates to battle with Dormammu, a demon from the dark dimension. But in an inclusive and immersive environment, he can also take time to teach a powerful protection spell to a young guest. That's the icy token of Ixalan, in case you're wondering, from Marvel Day at Sea on the Disney Cruise Line. If we focus on making our guests the center of their own story, then we can put them directly into the Bifrost and transport them to Thor's homeworld of Asgard, like in this immersive walkthrough experience at Hong Kong Disneyland. So while it's thrilling to watch Black Widow kick some Hydra butt, it's also pretty empowering for some 7-year-olds to believe that they can throw a shield like Earth's Mightiest Heroes in the Avengers Training Initiative at Disney California Adventure. Since I thought it might be a good idea to demonstrate some relevancy to the ocean theme as best I could, I will end with King Triton's concert, which was an immersive Little Mermaid show that we created for Tokyo Disney Seas. Our desire here was to cast the guests as mer citizens of Atlantica, which is the underwater home, as I'm sure you all know, of Ariel and King Triton. The environment was 360 degrees of liquid effects and undersea scenery. But most powerfully, Ariel swam overhead just out of reach and looked guests right in the eyes as she sang Part of Your World. So I'm really looking forward to being part of your world and hearing your stories as well. Thanks. And nailed it.
That was really fantastic. So now, given that I'm a student from the MIT Media Lab, but I want to be able to represent sort of the Media Lab's involvement here in the All Hands on Deck forum, I wanted to ask, at the Media Lab, we have 3 guiding words that are our principles. They're impact, uniqueness, and magic. And I was wondering how those 3 words impact your work, either with conservation or bringing people to these amazing places or creating more accessible experiences for people. So again, impact, uniqueness, and magic.
Well, nature is, nature is unique. We don't have to make it unique. It's full of magic. And we certainly have impacted it, and we hopefully can begin to impact it somewhat more positively. And so that's a very, very logical confluence of words in terms of if you take people out and you expose them or you bring them to an aquarium or you take them to Disney World or through your immersive 30K. It was so much fun listening to Carlos and seeing his images last night over dinner. That's just unbelievable. And this place in Ecuador is the best place in the world to see large aggregations of mantas, just as an aside. So you should speak to him about that if you want to go see them. But so to inspire people and to find ways to show them the awesome aspects of our natural world, and then to begin to have a conversation in one form or another about what kind of positive impact we can have is an important idea in whatever form it takes.
Could you repeat the 3 words?
Impact, uniqueness, and magic.
Okay.
So, I spent the last 6 years of my career running something called the Council on Foundations in Washington, D.C. It's the trade association for organized philanthropy. And I learned a lot about what motivates foundations, what they care about, how they choose to fund a lot of the great work that all of us want to be doing to change the world. And I learned a lot about how they define impact. And so that's what immediately came to mind, is I think that we have perhaps thought too much about impact in that context and not enough about the magic and the uniqueness, which can't always be measured in the way that some of our systems require us to measure it. So I think there is a really healthy tension among those three words, that we can't ever forget what it is we're trying to accomplish, but we can't lose the heart in all of this. And sometimes I think that happens too much.
That was a very sophisticated answer.
Oh, yeah.
What am I gonna
Hardly.
So our company, we have another company called Steer Films, which I'm a director for. And the tagline is impact driven. That's all we want to do. We just want to work on things that matter. Things that are timeless, like nature. Like, right. Just seeing things work on these trips the way they're supposed to is an interesting luxury. It's a weird time right now where that feels like a luxurious thing to witness. So all I can say to that question is that I completely agree with that, with those words and that mission. And it's something that we strive to do as well. And I think we find magic inherent in the natural world, just being able to go out and witness and come back and talk about those stories. So those are the things that inspire us.
Yeah. Obviously, magic is one of the bywords of Disney, but the practical application for it, whether it's as a technologist to dream something but then understand how to make it real, as you and your colleagues at the Media Lab are doing, or to use the magic in storytelling to find something relatable for a child. I'll take the example of Moana. That's just a story about defying expectations, right? For that young girl. That becomes that magic is in service of this story. So we put in everything we do, and then on the back end, you're going to grow up to hopefully be involved in one of the 140 disciplines at Imagineering that makes that magic happen for the young guests, who will then make an impact, right? It's all going to feed in.
That's awesome. Sven and Vicky, I had a question for you both. So both of you engage a lot with going beyond these liminal spaces like museums and theme parks and actually going out into the world. And I was curious, how do you bring back your field research in a compelling and a compact narrative to tell in spaces that the public can engage with?
Well, that happens in a multitude of ways, and it isn't consistent necessarily. Remember, our primary business is bringing travelers and showing them these awesome parts of the world. And then we're trying to look for creative ways in which we can use these platforms to make those experiences more impactful beyond those privileged, relatively few, who have the opportunity to go to those places. And that's exactly why I'm here, and that's exactly why I love Katie, is because she represents to me, for the behalf of the planet, an accelerator that can use us as a tool to improve the ability to communicate more broadly as a consequence of what we do as part of our daily business, if you will. So I'm here to really, really hope that there's a bunch of people in this room that it will at some point go to Katie and say, I have a great idea that might work for Sven's boats. Let's figure this out.
So I'd like to say that the Boston Harbor and the Gulf of Maine are in many ways the New England Aquarium's very best exhibit. So to my point earlier, it's not just what happens in the walls of the institution, it's what happens out on the water. And so our science and research team for many, many years has been going out, and I'll go back to my Northeast Canyons National Marine Monument example. You know, we do these aerial surveys once every several months, and every time the researchers come back, they have these amazing stories of what they see. And under the water, on top of the water, whales and sharks and just things that in abundance that we can only imagine and dream about. And so part of that is to come back and say, this is why we have to protect these places. We don't even know what's there, to the points that have been made many times prior. So I just think it's part of it's in our DNA to find it, to study it, but then to bring it back and share it with people so that they can be inspired and educated to take action. It's a very circular process.
Very fascinating. And so I know that we're the last thing between you all and lunch. I'm going to ask one more question, and then maybe we can get quick answers from you all. So how do you create a sense of exploration and discovery or serendipity in immersive experience designs or in the experiences that you create?
You should start.
Yeah, you should start.
Again, a sense of exploration.
I need to give that
discovery.
a thought, like 2 seconds.
Yeah. Well, I can talk about that in the theme park environment. I'm sure many of you have been to some theme park, whether it's Disney or otherwise. But there's the planned activities, the ride you go on or the show that you queue up to see. But it's ever more important to have serendipitous experiences, to bump into a character or a show, something that you didn't know was around the corner. And we've actually done the research to find out that those kind of experiences greatly improve people's feelings about their experiences in our park. It's even in a highly programmed environment like that, it's our responsibility to make sure that not every moment is truly programmed for the guest. That surprise and delight is an essential human need. So we do our best to try to program it so you can have it.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a little challenging. It's probably something I'm going to get better at and I can explore through our work. So the thing that we have to contend with is, let's say we're putting a VR experience together. A lot of that is scripted, right? If you're having a voiceover really push those moments that the viewer can then anticipate. That's a great question. Like, how can we incorporate serendipity into that experience? But I don't have a clear answer for that today.
So I had this fascinating conversation a few weeks ago with a man named Peter Chermayeff, who is the architect who designed the New England Aquarium. We're the first and oldest in the country, by the way, 50 years next year. And you know, we were the first to have this kind of giant ocean tank. How many of you here have been to the New England Aquarium? Yay! So, you know, we have the first to have this giant ocean tank, and I think what we often forget is that serendipity comes in the quiet, sometimes too, and just in being able to sit there and ponder. And so I had never known this, but there are sort of windows built into the outside of the ocean tank as you make your way up, and they're a particular size so that a small family or a group of people can just stand there and observe this tank and the interactions within the tank at various levels as they ascend and descend. And we've heard so many anecdotal stories about how that's where people get that inspiration. It's not anything that we have programmed or necessarily even intended. It's giving them the space and the quiet to have their own experiences.
Well, nature is really spontaneous and full of serendipity all the time. And when you think about it, how many of you have been to the Galapagos Islands, for example? Okay, some of you, all of the rest of you should go at some point. But when you think about it, it's analogous in many ways to a production like Disney World, except we don't have to produce it. It's produced itself. What we probably should do is do a better job of investing in its health so that it can keep on producing all this magic and all this serendipity and all of this wonder. So I guess I'm kind of lucky because in many, many ways, because I just have to get people to a place where all that stuff can happen, do it safely, and do it, you know, with teams that can help people along the way and provide the little inspiration that we can provide compared to what it is providing on its own.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you so much. That was an excellent final answer. And so if you enjoyed this Immerse panel, I encourage you to attend the Transmedia workshop, the Shared Explorations Beyond the Screen workshop, or the New England Aquarium Future of the Aquarium workshop. Thank you all very much, and thank you to our panelists.
So just kidding, we're not having lunch just yet. You're about 10 minutes away from lunch, so just bear with me here. Yeah, actually I do need that, thank you. So to get your mind off sandwiches and transform it to art, I want everyone to close their eyes for a minute. And I want you to think about a piece of art, creative work that may have inspired you in your life in some way, whether it's a play or a novel or a piece of art. Now think about how that affected you in your life in some way. Now open your eyes. Has anyone not been inspired by something within their life in a creative form? That's what I thought. And that's what our founders thought, and that's what Schmidt-Ocean Institute thinks. So our organization is uniquely positioned to be able to share science and art together. Schmidt-Ocean Institute is a nonprofit that brings science, advances the pace of marine science with technology, open sharing of data, and communications. Our co-founder, Wendy Schmidt, firmly believes in this, and not just sharing the science that takes place on the ship, but using it to transform why people care about the ocean. And it was her idea to start our Artists at Sea program. So why select artists? Well, artists, like scientists, have a curiosity. And they're not just interested in the result, but the process. And they have a unique way to illustrate that. For example, up here is one of our Artists at Sea participants, Lily, who recently was on Falkor, using our remotely operated vehicle, Sebastian, to paint images of species that they found on the seafloor. But artists not only can share the process, they can help tell the story. And they do so working not just side by side, but by directly with our scientists on the ship. So they're not just on Falkor, our research vessel, doing art while scientists are doing science things. They are participating in the science and using that experience to then translate their art. Our Artists at Sea program started in December of 2015 and has been going strong for 20 artists who have sailed on Falkor. Each year, our open application process, which is open to artists internationally, continues to bring in new types of artists and greater interest in our science art program. Last year, we had 91 applicants, and we will have another open call this December. Now, these scientists and artists work in tandem together, and these relationships have fostered collaborations, not just while at sea, but after the fact. The artists range from many different disciplines, and we try to get as many different types of artists as possible on Falkor to translate the science and share within new mediums. We've had musical composers, cartoonists, traditional painters, fiber artists. We really try to embrace all of the arts and creative disciplines. And these artists themselves find new ways of creating and interacting with the science and being out at sea. Our impressive cohort has ranged from international and national artists who not just use their art mediums, but also use the ship itself. For example, the rocking of the boat could sometimes be a hindrance for someone who's trying to do a fine detail painting. But some of our artists have embraced that movement and worked with it in their art forms. For example, Ben Cosgrove, who wrote a composition about that, or Rebecca Rutstein, who I think is here in the audience somewhere today, who used the movements of the ship on her paintings. We even have same type of science taking place, for example, multi-beam mapping, which is looking at the seafloor and mapping the seafloor bed and having different artists translate that in unique ways. Our artists not only participate in science expeditions, but recently we started an artist expedition. And we did this with a transit. So when the ship was going from one place to another, we took this as an opportunity to not only bring on a bunch of artists, 6 in fact, but also a scientist to work together. and they learned how to do multi-beam mapping. The artists participated in night watches and also learned how to clean up that mapping data. Now, all 6 of these artists were able to transform what they learned into their arts. And some of that is displayed here today, and we actually have 2 artists here from that expedition who will be standing by their work at lunch. These science-art relationships foster long-lasting collaborations. Many of our artists continue to work with the scientists post-expeditions. For example, Kirsten Carlson, who was an illustrator who came on one of our ships, is still working to do illustrations with the scientists she worked with and some of their sea-to-sky science. We also have artists that have come together. 2 of our artists who didn't know each other before this program came together and applied for a National Science Foundation Antarctica program that was successfully funded, and they went to Antarctica together and used some of the art that they created on Falkor as a starting point to build their exhibit and their relationship through their continued works. These science-artist collaborations continue. Another example is one of our artists, Michelle Schwengel-Rengala, who was one of our earlier artists and a fiber artist who crocheted our CTD casts that were displayed on the screen. And this was a really unique expedition that might have been very hard to explain or translate. They were looking for unique proteins in oxygen dead zones. And what she did was take these crocheted CTD casts and string them together to tell the whole story of what they found on that expedition. Now, that inspired her to start working with metal, malleable metal, and make mesh metal sculptures that actually illustrated the water columns that those CTD casts were collected at. And what's funny is she kept in touch with the scientist from that expedition, and he was in Honolulu visiting when she happened to be showcasing those new sculptures at the Honolulu Biennial. And he walked in and immediately knew exactly what locations those sculptures were from. And I think I just love that story because it's a perfect example of how art can really work with science to make it more approachable to the public. Our artists that come on Falkor are also required to participate in community outreach. And what this entails is journaling or blogging about their experiences. And we usually ask for 2 to 3 blogs that are reflective of their time at sea and working with the scientists. And we put that out on our website and through social media. But we also engage with audiences remotely while we're out at sea. And so the artists participate in a ship-to-shore connection. And that has taken place with classrooms, at galleries, at communities, and allows them to tell their perspective of what's going on the ship and what they're doing. And the artists can also share post-cruise when we're in port. We've had them give tours of our research vessel, sketching tours, where we bring other artists on board and they're sketching the ship as they get to tour the different research platforms that we have available. With the art that's been collected, we started getting quite a bit, as you can imagine, with 20 artists. We wanted to share that and not just keep it for ourselves and the scientists on the ship. And so in 2017, we started a traveling exhibit with the works of the artists from the program. This has now been traveling to 14 different exhibits across North America in museums, aquariums, community centers, conferences, and even the America's Cup, thanks to our amazing sister organization, 11th Hour Racing, who's here today. And these artists have an opportunity to present their work, to interact with each other, to interact with the press and the public, and share what they've done. It also allows us to engage with the public in new ways and show that science can be transformed in many different venues and in many different ways. So as we move forward with the Artists at Sea program, we hope to have many more artists and unique programs and projects related to this. We have an open call that will take place this December. We also have our expression of interests out right now for scientists and engineers, and you should have all gotten a postcard today that showcases 3 pilot tracks. Our oceanography track, which is what we typically do, but also we have a technology and coral reef track. And this also provides new venues and avenues for ways to work with art in creative and unique ways. And with that, I will say we can go to lunch now. I do want to make sure that you all take a moment to explore the art that's displayed today. We also have Keith Ellenbogen, whose work is going to be shared on the video wall along with the Artists at Sea exhibit. He's funded by the National Marine Sanctuaries Foundation, and his work is showing the amazing photography from Stellwagen Bank. Thank you so much and enjoy your lunch.
I haven't walked on the beach or immersed myself in the ocean for over 2 years. Now, for some background, I live in a coastal city. I hold a master's degree in environmental studies, and I'm a former national park ranger of an ocean-based national park. But in the summer of 2016, I severely sprained my ankle, and I haven't fully recovered my mobility, in part due to an underlying physical disability, a condition I was born with, but I only recently found out that I have. My access to oceanic endeavors is limited not just by my body, but also by society, and that's what I'm here to talk about. Ableism is entrenched in ocean conservation and research, and neither will be accessible until we start addressing that more directly in spaces like this very room. And access and accessibility don't refer just to disability. Access is a beautifully multifaceted word. It has far too many meanings and possibilities to address in 2 minutes. But when I say the word access, I'm holding open all of those many meanings and possibilities, including those both physical and figurative. I want to use the privilege that I have of being in this room today to generate and amplify creative, collaborative ideas for promoting and ensuring equitable access. We must work together to continually reimagine how participation and leadership in ocean exploration, research, conservation, education, and storytelling can be made more accessible for all people whose stories are not part of standard narratives. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Fernanda. I'm an interdisciplinary designer, and I've spent the last year on an adventure. I was living in London, Tokyo, and New York over this past year, and I did this as part of my master's research in a program called Global Innovation Design. And in it, a group of designers spends time in these 3 amazing places doing research on how to solve global issues for areas they're passionate about. We're a very diverse group, but for me, that's meant thinking about how technology is changing our human relationship to nature, how that's different in these different places, but also the universal elements of it. As a designer, I spent a lot of time thinking about systems, how we live in systems, and how we might design with them in mind. And I think nature is the biggest system we're all a part of, and it's necessary to think about it when we're designing solutions for the great big challenges we have ahead. So as I traveled, in London, I worked on an effort in connecting urban citizens to urban wildlife for the benefit of humans and animals using audio recordings. In Japan, I experienced the deep awe that comes with living in a place that's subject to natural disasters and typhoons and hurricanes, and the tension that comes with the desire to control nature and the need to work with it. And most recently in New York, I've been working on how biomaterials might be used to engage and educate young people and students into understanding and learning more about nature. And I'm curious in how we can do this in a way that's accessible, that benefits kids and communities, and engages everyone. And this last one is an ongoing project. So I'm really looking forward to being inspired over the next couple of days and to keep this conversation going with you all. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Liz. I'm representing my local beach today, California. I come to MIT Media Lab's Space-Enabled Group from NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab, where I was a creative strategist for 6 years, designing, helping imagine our future in space in a variety of different ways. One of those ways was the NASA travel posters, if any of you saw those a while ago. I illustrated 2 of those. Thank you. And this one specifically was Europa. So we're talking a lot about Earth's oceans today, but my focus primarily in the past was on ocean worlds out like all over the solar system. So I'm stoked to be here doing some Earth stuff today. So yeah, and so a part of it was storytelling. It was really important in terms of helping young children and everybody just imagine our future in outer space, particularly Europa. So Europa is this big icy world. It's a big icy moon of Jupiter, for those of you that don't know. In the middle, it's really, really hot. And what happens when you get ice and heat is water, right? And so the middle of this moon is all an ocean. It's like this giant ocean. And so there's going to be some missions later on to Europa, that Europa Clipper in 2024, that will be trying to look for life or signs of life on Europa. And yeah, and so it's really great to be able to be here and explore our future in the ocean with everyone here. So thank you.
Hello, my name is Miles Lifson. I'm also a graduate student with the Space-Enabled Research Group in the MIT Media Lab, and I'm here to talk to you about a proposal for a museum experience that our group has put together with the goal of increasing the public's sense of awareness and sense of stewardship over Antarctica and the Southern Oceans. And the idea of this project grew out of the Here Be Dragons event earlier this year at the Media Lab, and since then I've been working with my colleague Liz, who you just heard from, as well as some other members of the group, to ask how can we achieve this? And the concept we have is for a set of programming that combines 2 elements: an immersive in-museum exhibit that has a multi-sensory immersive experience that draws on various Earth, science, and other data sets to tell a compelling narrative about Antarctica, arranged around 3 themes of space, life, and ice. And then also a citizen science component as a follow-on, using a low-cost water monitoring sensor that our lab has developed, which could be used as part of programming either at the museum or in local schools. And the thesis of this work that we want to actually demonstrate and hopefully prove is that by combining these 2 elements together, we have longer-lasting and stronger effects towards our objective than either of these elements in isolation, or even both elements if they are done in an uncoordinated manner. And so at this point, we have a concept, but we're looking for others to work with to potentially actually test this out, as well as make sure that we can build a productive use for the data that we'd be gathering from this. So if you think this is an interesting project, please approach me or Liz or someone else from the group, and we would love to work with you to take this forward and see what kind of results we get. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rebecca. I am an artist working in painting, installation, let's see, there we go. Painting, installation, public art, and sculpture. And I was invited out to sea 4 years ago. I've had an interest in oceanography and geology and microbiology, and I was invited out to sea 4 years ago, first on the Nautilus and then on the Falkor. And that experience really changed my life. And from that point on, I knew I wanted to just focus on sort of exploring the ocean, creating work that sheds light on these places and these processes that are hidden from view. And so this is a piece, actually, this is just open last week at the Georgia Museum of Art. I'm working with a scientist, Mandy Joy, who was supposed to be here, and she's sorry she couldn't be here. But I was working with video footage of the siphonophore, the deep sea siphonophore, and we programmed the lights in the piece to mimic the movements of the siphonophore and the bioluminescent patterns. It's triggered by somebody walking by the piece. So there's this interactive component. I'm really looking forward to doing more of that kind of thing, sort of multisensorial kinds of experiences, because I feel like through that connection, with the public and with the viewer, we can, and connecting them with this sublime place, we can sort of forge a dialogue about climate change and about environmental stewardship. So I'm also going with her next week on an expedition, if we get the visas, but I'm supposed to go down in Alvin, which I also had the wonderful opportunity of doing 2 weeks ago, and it was life-altering. So if you want to talk about bioluminescence, I can tell you about it. It was amazing. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, my name is Megan Lubetkin and I'm a graduate student at the University of Rhode Island Graduate School of Oceanography. My research is in submarine volcanism, but today I want to talk to you a little bit about my event series that I launched last month called Synergist. A synergist is somebody who cooperates to create impact that is greater than they could do alone. The mission of Synergist is to expand community engagement in the sciences and the arts by creating space for artists and scientists to showcase their work, inspire one another, and celebrate their explorations. So each event or volume has a theme. That theme is abstract, so it leaves room for many different participants across disciplines. Volume 1, our first event, occurred on October 28th, last week. Our theme was Deepstaria enigmatica. That is a genus species of a rarely encountered deep ocean undulating jellyfish. It's this purple orb in the middle of the screen here. So we had a multitude of explorers from STEM disciplines, art backgrounds, painters, designers, experimental musicians, all sorts of different things. And the idea is to keep this open to the public. It will always be free. We are not located in museums or formal institutions, based in sort of music venues and bar settings. And although it's open to all, our target audience is young people, 20s to 40s, that don't typically engage in STEM. So people that aren't necessarily self-ascribed STEM enthusiasts, we're trying to pull them to experience the wonderful world of science and immersion. So thank you so much. If you want to check us out, Instagram, synergist.vol, or email me. Thank you.
This painting depicts a story, and that story is that the ocean is the source of all life, and we are born from it. Each and every one of us can draw on the inspirations from this story experience to imagine and create a beautiful world that sustains life. But for many, this message needs to be renewed. So we build our inspirations and imaginations to share with the world in art, stories, technology, science. But what happens before we build that? First, we were quiet, we were listening, and the inspirations came through. So how can we invite more people into this process of receiving these inspirations from the ocean? My name is Jonatha Giddens. I'm a National Geographic Fellow with the Exploration Technology Lab, and we are working on a global biodiversity assessment of the deep ocean using deep ocean drop cams. And the goal is to establish a baseline of deep ocean health. So my vision with the drop cam program is to share our findings not only in data, but also in stories and in art. So more than just data, each place, more than just a number on a map, each place will have a picture story that comes about from quiet contemplation and the inspirations of that place. And each place will have a narrative story that comes about that's crafted by carefully listening to that place, distilling a message and sharing it with the world. So this is my vision, to be able to share the wonders of the deep sea, not just with data, but also with these stories. And so I'm seeking ways to bring these two forward as we move forward into the future. Thank you.
Marine flora and fauna have been the catalyst of innovative advanced medical research treating the human body from sickness and disease. As we study the similarities between marine life and the human body, it is equally important to recognize that the water itself has healing properties that are beneficial to the body, being that we are 70% water. As a marine scientist, a master's of marine science, and a licensed massage therapist, I have merged my disciplines to focus on water therapy as a form of facilitating healing. Through osmosis of the skin, which is the largest organ on the body, I help exchange stagnant toxic water within my clients while exchanging with highly living waters or free-forming waters around the world that are collected by clients of mine. And in this exchange, we are trying to make the hydrogens of the body that are very toxic to be replaced with these living waters. Another type of therapy that I also do is water art therapy, which is a psychological approach to treating emotional imbalances through adults as well as children. Over here, we have someone who had a very tumultuous breakup. The one in the middle is me changing and merging my careers. The two on the sides are children dealing with the loss of a parent. The goal is paying attention to the quality of water, because the water to quality also impacts as much as the species they inhabit. The water quality is very important because it affects the physical as well as the psychological ways of healing the human body. I am the owner of Healing Waters Mobile Massage, the Stork's Nest Womb Care Massage, and I get waters from all over the world to treat people. Thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Kyle Sorensen, and I am an animator and songwriter from Montana, and along with my colleague who's not here right now, Emily Narrow, who has more of a biology background, we produced the first episode of a new children's web series called Deep Sea Sing-Along. And in a nutshell, the idea for this series came to us when we realized that watching videos of ugly fish turned us into 10-year-olds. Emily is a crew member on the NOAA ship Okeanos Explorer. She's actually out on the ocean right now, which is why she's not here. And during expeditions, they regularly discover and capture footage of never-before-seen life forms. So if you're into making videos about brand new ugly fish, she's a good person to know. Truly, though, we think that many of these ugly, awkward, sometimes eerie deep-sea creatures are brimming with an undeniable, if slightly macabre, brand of charisma. Making humorous, educational videos about deep-sea fish has the potential to inspire children with curiosity about ocean science, as well as to promote an inclusive moral message that encourages children to form sympathetic attachments with animals that aren't as conventionally attractive or impressive. So catch me at some point if you'd like to watch the video. It's also on YouTube, and thanks.
Hi, I'm Nadia. I'm a freelance writer and conservation communicator from Malaysia. I write stories, local stories, narrated by local voices. And I would like to showcase stories which have the ocean as a conduit to moments of beauty in our everyday lives. So for the first picture, why this story was really important was that is a female green turtle rescued by local fishermen from a retention pond at a power plant. And why this story was important was because local fishermen are still killing turtles that are accidentally caught in fishing gear. And this was a really important story to share with the community. And the house you see at the bottom is a 50-year-old house built by two local women from the east coast of Terengganu, Malaysia, and is currently being repaired and restored by a women's group who are working on coastal conservation, and it shows the resilience, independence, and also just the communal spirit of the community there. And that lady is preparing a really delicious snack called satar, which is a fish parcel made of sardine, coconut, and excellent local ingredients and flavors. And she is part of an NGO that uses food and culinary heritage as an entry point to talk about wetlands and coastal conservation. And the stick that she's using is from the mangroves, and the ingredients show the link that we have with our natural environment. And the last photo you'll see is the national heroine, a title conferred to this lady from Aceh, Indonesia, who's called Kumala Hayati. She lived in the last part of the 16th century. She's the first female admiral in Indonesia's recorded history, and some say in modern history. And for me, this story is really personal. I'm researching about it right now because it's showing representation, faces from Malay archipelago who have the maritime heritage, the naval knowledge, and just skills to navigate the ocean. And for people like me, I want to see more faces like her in the mainstream media. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Julie Jakobaski, and I live in 2 ocean communities. One is the ocean science community as a graduate researcher for the MIT Woods Hole Joint Program, where I study physical oceanography. And the other one is as a surfer who lives on the New Hampshire seacoast and surfs every day. A while ago this year, I posted an article I had written for the Woods Hole Oceanus magazine about the ocean research I had done at the Galapagos Islands. And I honestly didn't think people would be that interested because most of my Facebook group is not ocean science people. The reaction I got was much greater than I thought. And so I started wondering, how interested is the broader ocean community in ocean science? And one of the things I did was I wrote a survey I posted on Facebook and Instagram asking 2 questions. What do you want to know about the ocean that you don't? And if you could ask a scientist to study anything about the ocean, what would it be? And I thought maybe I'd get like 20 responses. Within 5 minutes, I had 20 responses. By the end of the day, I had hundreds. And what this showed me was that the broader ocean community, which consisted of surfers, fishermen, commercial boat captains, vacationers, people who just walk by the beach, and a lot of people who live at the beach, really desperately want to know about ocean science. And these questions were super inspiring. I was almost in tears reading it because they're well thought out. It covered everything you could think of about the ocean, from coastal issues to questions like, how do starfish reproduce? And they had no way of finding the answers. And then I found out when I started going to the beach, people were approaching me and saying, hey, we really want to know the answers to these things. And so the broader ocean community that interacts with the ocean every day and impacts the ocean every day really, truly wants to know what ocean scientists know. And the only way for them to find it out is Google it. So I tried it, and I Googled some of the questions they had. And there are some questions that had resources on the internet that you could send that answered their questions. But most of their questions were things I had to go into peer-reviewed science journals, download, understand the journal, and then I could answer their question. And that's not something that the general public can do. It costs a lot of money, and it takes a lot of specialized training. And so I found out that it's not that the ocean community isn't interested in the ocean sciences. They really, truly are, and they're the ones impacting the ocean on a daily basis. And in order to make good decisions about how they impact the ocean, they need to know what scientists know. So my question for everyone here, and I think it's a reason a lot of people are here, is what are we going to do about that? How are we going to fix this situation? Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Sam Mitchell. I'm a researcher at the University of Hawaii, again in deep sea volcanism. But I'm not going to talk to you about that today. Instead, I'm going to introduce to you a new and growing community, mainly through Instagram, called the Sci Community. Now what we are is we are a group of scientists, educators, communicators, artists, and our primary aim is to bring science to the young through, of course, the growing social media forums, which are being used more and more on a daily basis by young people. So part of this, say we have our Instagram, which is mainly where we are centered. We have only started back in January, and already at this point now we have around 11,000 followers, and we continue to grow. We're made up of over 100 scientists, and one of the things we pride ourselves on is representing diversity among science. We collaborate with groups for women in science, for LGBT representation in science, for ethnic minorities in science. We really pride ourselves on that inclusivity and bringing everyone together. And what we do is we basically profile scientists every other day or so and bring a new face to people. They talk about either their research or new ways that they communicate science, and it just gives everybody a chance to get out there and also apply to their own base. We are also on Twitter, and we are starting to grow on YouTube as well, where people are doing longer videos where they can talk about their research or ways that they communicate to people. But the reason why I'm talking about this to you today is I'm looking for more representation from ocean science community. We do need a few more. So I'm a geologist by background, and there's only a few of us anyway, but it'd be great to see some more people within oceanography or anyone who has a passion for communicating ocean science to bring this to our community and to really help impact how we perceive ocean science and communication for people of a young age, particularly through high school and undergraduate college level. Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity. I am Beno from Fab Lab Peru, and I'm coming from the Amazon rainforest. I don't know if maybe how many of you have been in the Amazon rainforest? Not too much, but I would love to invite you to be there. We are developing a floating Fab Lab that will navigate the Amazon River and tributaries. For people that don't know about the Amazon rainforest, it's an amazing biolab where almost everything around you, you can eat almost everything around you, but also anything around you can eat you. So it's a very challenging place, but it's a place where you can really learn about nature, the connection with the global scale, and also we face many different challenges of course, global warming, deforestation, species extinction, massive species of extinction of species, sorry. So that's the reason why we are developing this platform, that will navigate the river, connecting global communities as you, with local communities to develop solutions for many different problems. For example, water quality. We are 3D printing fishes that have biosensors to detect heavy metals, oil, urban waste, etc. Also, even if this is one of the most biodiverse areas in the world, we have 90% of child malnutrition, so we are exploring superfoods to print vitamins for kids especially, etc. So we are developing many different projects as a global community, not only with countries around the Amazon rainforest. It's an invitation for everybody, so I will be happy to join efforts in this sense. Thank you so much.
Hi, everybody. My name is Shanice Stopnitsky. I'm a complex systems scientist focusing on marine systems and an experiential artist, and now a mother of submarines. Oh no, it's blurry. So I'm here to talk about the Community Submersibles Project. We are basically indulging in this concept of exploration where, exploration by submersibles is, in the popular imagination, the sort of metaphorical journey into the most remote corners of the human experience. And it's, in a lot of ways, analogous to space travel, except that it's absolutely full of life. And not just life, I mean, it's full of these guys. And they're magical, and they're glowing, and they're just completely wondrous. And they have nothing in common, well, they have little in common with so many of the organisms that most people see in their lives. And it's impossible to explain to people what the visceral experience of being confronted by such extreme novelty on your own planet feels like. And so the purpose of this project is to sort of live inside the question, what if anyone could do it? What if anyone could go? And so, you can't see, but I adopted 2 submersibles. The one on the top that's all blurry with all the people gathered around it, that's Fangtooth, and this one down below is Noctiluca. And in service of this access issue, 2 sort of imperatives emerged, and they are, destroy the transactional financial model that where entities pay absolutely astronomical amounts of money to go on dives, and the other is to show people what happens to you down there. And so, so we've sort of started building this culture and community around this experience, and with the intent of softening the kind of hyper-technical way that ocean exploration is portrayed, because there's a psychological accessibility issue as well. And so we're kind of acknowledging that this is an exercise of the human spirit, exploration is. And so, I forgot what I was gonna say. Doesn't matter. So what we're doing is we are trying to engage makers, builders, dreamers, fabricators, engineers, artists in particular, to sort of help communicate the psycho-emotional and aesthetic qualities of this extremely profound act of exploring the deep. And so we're having our artists that are on our crew are repainting the subs to be beautiful inside and out. We're shooting a music video inside of Noctiluca with a scrolling underwater scene, hand-painted, that scrolls past the viewport with it on land. We're taking it to festivals like you can see on top, and just generally creating this joyful and expressive community around it. And then, once we have people feeling like this concept is approachable and they're engaged, then we're like, actually, now you're gonna become a mechanic, and now you're gonna become an engineer, and now you're gonna be a pilot. And we're doing it, and you can too. And so this metaphorical act of these internal acts of bravery in confronting the inaccessible and really investigating what that means in an internal way, this is mirrored perfectly by the outward experience of journeying into the unknown. And so I just want to leave you with that thought, and I hope you'll join us. And I have stickers, and come talk to me. There are lots of practical aspects of this. It's a really big vision. I just wanted to give you a little slice of it, and that's it. Thanks.
Let's give another round of applause for all of our lightning talkers. Great job, everybody. So just a couple of logistical things before we break up into workshops right now. So we have 5 workshops this afternoon. Everyone will go to 2 of them. The one at the top, transmedia storytelling, everyone will go to at some point this afternoon. And so half of the room here will go to transmedia storytelling, which will be just outside where we had lunch. And for the first session, everyone else will break up amongst the other 4. Future Aquarium will be on the 5th floor. Aqua Games is in a room on the 4th floor. The dash 493 means it's on the 4th floor. Shared Exploration is in 240 on the 2nd floor. And then the Lego workshop will be at the MIT Sailing Pavilion, which is across the street. So go down to the lobby, and a group will go across the street. This is the schedule, so we are a little bit behind. So right now, as soon as we break, just go straight to your locations so we can start promptly at 1:45. We'll have an hour and a half, and then between 3:15 to 3:30, that'll be the chance to move to your next workshop location. Another hour and a half, and then we'll come back here for the wrap-up. If you haven't noticed, look at the back of your name tag. That will show you where you're going. It has your workshop assignment, the times, and the locations on the back of your name tag. What if I don't have workshops on the back of my name tag, you ask? Go take a look at the descriptions either in the program or on the wall just outside this room, and go to whichever one you wish. If you have an assignment, please go to where you're assigned, because the rooms we have are very limited in terms of space, so we can't just have everybody go into wherever they want. One final note is that we do have an online opportunity for all of our online viewers to participate in transmedia storytelling for the first session. So this is the link. It's also on the allhandsondeck.community forum agenda. page, so go there. Philip from the MIT Media Lab Learning Initiative will be running that parallel, concurrently with the storytelling workshop. So please go check that out. And everybody here, let's break and go enjoy your workshops. Thank you so much, everyone. It seemed like I was sort of milling around. It seemed like workshops went really well. And since we're running a little bit behind, I'm just going to turn it straight over to Catherine Havarsi with, not Havarsi, Havasi, Shared Exploration Beyond the Screen.
It's on the table? Oh, it is on the table. That's fantastic. Hi, everybody. My workshop was Shared Exploration Beyond the Screen, and we focused on immersive experiences for the ocean with the idea that we could help bring the ocean into environments and to populations that would normally have the ability to work with it through immersive experiences. I guess the next question that you probably have if you weren't in the workshop is, and maybe even if you were, what is an immersive experience? And that can be very broad. The idea that we're going to bring our senses into it, that we're going to put people into an environment where they can use a combination between art and science to really have great visuals and great experiences that bring them inside a situation like the ocean. And there's quite a range of immersive experiences out there right now. You know, probably a bunch of you have gone to escape rooms, or you've seen something like this, or you've been in an immersive theater show. And so that's one end of the equation. And there's been a lot of work in museums as well in bringing these experiences to life. And if you think about it, it's kind of always been true. You know, I grew up in Pittsburgh. I remember going to the Carnegie Museum of Science and going down in that little elevator to the center of the earth in like the 80s. I don't know if anybody remembers that or anyone's from Pittsburgh. That's also an immersive experience. Thank you. Literally everyone who's from Pittsburgh immediately lights up when you say that and you tell that story. So it really shows the power of these things. And we talked about that. So how many people here have been to an immersive experience? Awesome. How many people here have created an immersive experience? Even more awesome. Okay, so our workshop came up with some ideas and we talked about big themes. A big idea of how to use immersion was really to work with scale. The idea that there's so much in the ocean that is small, that is vast and exciting, to be able to work to bring the vastness down to be accessible, or to bring the small up to be something that's understandable, was a big theme that many of the groups in my workshop worked on. Everything like immersive microscopes to be able to take a look at all the tiny stuff that's going on inside, you know, a handful of ocean water, down to 360-degree domes to really understand what's going on, the sediment in the ocean floor. A lot of people talked about burrowing animals, actually, and understanding what it's like underneath the floor of the sea and the colonies that are down there. And also, the ocean has a giant vertical scale. Could we move that to a horizontal scale and be able to work and build an environment for that kind of thing? And the other side would be really to build living connections, you know, in an environment where, for any number of reasons, the ocean isn't accessible. Can we find ways to connect people with the ocean via live streams, via sensor data, both with researchers who are out there actively doing work right this second, but also with environments. Particularly interesting idea was, can we build something like one of those tunnels that goes underneath a railway or a road, where the tunnel is continually evolving as the environment, and it's echoing in a marine environment. So as you walk through it, you can kind of hear and maybe even see via art or something what was going on there. The big idea there is, can we merge the street with the ocean? Can we make it something that people experience every day, so they don't need to go out and they don't need to say, hey, today I'm going to go experience the ocean? It becomes part of their life. And with all of that, we came up with some themes. The number one theme that we ended up talking about a lot was accessibility. And that's something that whenever you talk about immersive experiences, you end up talking about scalability. One person with a VR headset is not very scalable. And plus scalable content creation. One person with a VR headset and a story that takes a team of 10 people to write is also not very accessible cost-wise for people like schools, high schools, underfunded museums, all that kind of stuff. How do we build up the economy of scale here to be able to make this actually work? As well as focusing on inclusive design, bringing in underrepresented groups and indigenous groups, and really making the design accessible to them. We talked already about reaching folks in landlocked communities. And I think the consensus is one size doesn't fit all. And really within our discussions, we talked a lot about the need for diversity in building these experiences, both with regards to everybody involved in everybody and the people who are bringing to the table, but also in bringing artists and scientists together to really understand what each other was doing. And in some ways, that's how museums and aquariums are evolving. So we want to help people rediscover aquariums and museums and go there for reasons that are different than what they expected. And we talked about the concept of art as emotional priming to really get people excited about things and being ready to learn, being ready to engage. And there was a lot of bring an artist to work day. How can we bridge this boundary, right? And there was a lot of very practical discussions about what's going on in aquariums right now and the sort of barriers that keep them from being able to go do that. But I think an important point was, aquariums and zoos really know how to reach underserved populations, and that we need to really activate and work with those teams within the groups. And finally, a little bit of a cautioning note here, which is there's a lot of really great, exciting visual stuff happening in immersive experiences right now. And then there's a lot of science happening. And a certain population will go to the science and they'll check out, and a certain population will go to the shiny stuff and they'll be very excited about it, but they won't open their mind to learning. So how do you bring the two together and build something that's really able to bring a message home and cause people to learn, cause people to open up and bring home more than just, that was a really cool thing that I got to see. And that was sort of the big quandary question that we really took out of it. Okay, thank you guys.
I have no slides. Hooray. Good thing. Hello, I'm Novi-san. I led the Aqua Games workshop. If you were in my workshop, raise your hand. Those are my game designers. Yeah, you guys did an amazing job. If you work for, say, a theme park company or someone that builds water parks, there's a lot of really smart game designers out there. You should go find them because some of the stuff they came up with was amazing. So I'm just going to give you a quick breakdown. The prompt was to try to create experiences in the water, above the water, with the water in some way that can bring the ocean where it isn't and that gets people more engaged with the ocean whether they're there or not. And all of these have met that prompt. A big theme was obstacle courses. There seems to be a giant desire to have these sort of Tough Mudder, Spartan sprint kind of things in the water. So lots of amazing, one is sort of more of a Meow Wolf-sized aquatic environment that sort of maps the entire Earth and lets you go around and actually experience all the different types of oceans and the things on the bottom and sort of like rock climbing under the water, going past geothermal vents, and things like that. Another one is called Fish Run, which is a very similar idea that you've got lots of tag team and relay type things that go between land and water. So you're experiencing mangroves, and then you're up on the land, and then you're back into the different types of ecosystems. There's lots of converted board games. So one we have Connect Sea Floor, which is basically a version where there is a coach or an adult that is throwing out frisbees of different colors, and teams have to go and grab the first one, and then they have to ultimate frisbee style till they get back to the grid, and then actually dive down and strategically place the different checkers into the Connect Four. And if you don't do it in time, everything explodes. There's also the inverted or what we're calling inverted type games called Flink, called Float and Sink. So if you imagine Jenga, but you're actually putting things that are more or less buoyant in, and the entire thing might tip over on you. And there's ways of, there's actually an economy, the market, where you can actually trade different types of blocks to more strategically place them. That one's super fun. There's one called H2Go, which is kind of a combination of the big year that's done in the birding community and the BioBlitz. So we were originally calling it Pelagic Pokemon. This idea that you take a long time over a very, very long period to sort of collect different real species of aquatic animals and plants. We did a massive artwork. So you had to go out with your team and find plastic in the ocean only of a certain color for your team. And then when all the teams assembled, they would actually place that plastic on a giant net so that it made a huge image, a huge painting on the ocean. And then if you had a friend with a drone or perhaps a satellite, they would come over and photograph the giant painting. And then once that had happened, your entire team, everyone involved, would grab the net and remove that plastic from the ocean communally and put it into the recycling where it belongs. And then finally there's blue Jell-O. It was originally called Blue Jell-O Shots because we thought, well, maybe adults would only play it after they've had a few, and kids were definitely just going to play this. But basically, it's the quick idea that you could do it even with a Nintendo Twitch. Basically, it was a wearable kind of thing. You'd put on your turtle shell, or you would put on your shark tail, or you would put on a different species so that you would literally become one of the animals in the ocean. And then by properly doing the right motion, if you were a shark, that would actually propel you through the different environments. And this could be an actual environment, or it could be a simulated environment that was giving you ROV footage that you could then tag different types of animals that you were interested in eating if you were a shark or if you were a turtle, et cetera, et cetera. And that could also help tag machine learning and classifier sets. So again, we had lots of themes to come together. We had a lot of fun. I hope everyone had as much fun as I did. And the best thing I can say is, like, I want to play all of these games. So, thanks.
My name is Scott Penman. I'm a research associate at the Design Lab here at MIT.
And I'm Billy Spitzer from New England Aquarium.
So we had a workshop called Envisioning the Future Aquarium Experience. For those of you that don't know, the New England Aquarium is coming up on its 50th anniversary next year. So we've actually been working with them over the past year or so to try to envision what do the next 50 years look like. And that's obviously a pretty tough question. It's kind of impossible to imagine what anything looks like in 50 years. Just imagine what things looked like 10 years ago. But one thing that we wanted to bring to bear on this workshop was the idea of conservation. Now, instead of kind of leaving it as this big, possibly scary term, we wanted to break it down not into what will the aquarium do, but what is the experience of conservation. So as a visitor to the aquarium, how do I actually understand what conservation is, what it means? And in doing that, we talked about the values in the three kind of categories of awareness, guidance, and impact. So how can the future aquarium experience actually enhance awareness of current issues and problems facing the ocean world? How can it actually guide its visitors towards actionable steps that they can take? And then finally, how can it really convey and show the impact that each person has on the conservation efforts? And we believe that the aquarium has an important role here, right? We believe that when you start to think about the changing cities and the changes and developments in technology, the aquarium really has an incredible potential to bring awareness to its visitors of these issues by immersing them in new sensory experiences. And we also wanted to focus not just on the aquarium within the aquarium walls, but also start to talk about, well, what happens when that experience expands outside of the aquarium, starting at the home, going through the aquarium visit, and then all the way into the city beyond. And again, we really believe that the aquarium can provide a lot of guidance and really enhance the impact here through educational, empathetic takeaways. So this was all the kind of stuff that we gave our workshop participants. We kind of threw a lot of this at them, and then and let them kind of start to think about what possibilities might be. And we encouraged them to think, okay, you have these three values of impact, awareness, and guidance. How do you start to come up with ideas, not just in the aquarium, but also in the city and also in the home? And the stuff they came up with was really amazing.
So just to give you an idea of some of the themes that came up, one question that came up is that if an aquarium is really about looking at animals through a glass, it's almost like having a screen, and as screens get better and better, what's the role of an aquarium with live fish? And one of the things that we were talking about a little bit is what's happening with movies and what's happening with restaurants. Fewer people are going to movie theaters because a lot of that media experience is available at home or on your mobile device and so on. But restaurants are doing great. Why are there so many restaurants? and so many people going to them, because it's not just about the food, right? And I think there's an analogy to aquariums. It's not just about looking through a glass. It's about a social experience. It's about interacting with other people. It's about being in a civic space. It's about multiple dimensions of the experience. And one theme that came up around that was that to not sell short what entertainment is about. Entertainment is not just something that's frivolous. It's also about making an emotional connection. And emotion and learning and action and motivation are all intimately connected in our brains. And so that's something that's really important. Another theme that came up is the fact that what's happening out in nature, we see a lot of changes, a lot of, in some cases, devastation, yet what you see in aquariums tends to be much more pristine. And how can we bridge that gap? So some of the ideas that came up were around creating experiences more virtual or more simulated that could help people see those environmental changes. So it could be a virtual tank or something like that that would enable people to see that. And then there were some really interesting ideas about taking the aquarium outside the physical walls and really being more community oriented. There were examples that came up of pop-up aquariums that could be mobile. The idea of kind of an aquarium trail instead of the Freedom Trail that really enabled you to experience things related to the ocean throughout the city. So I think that really those elements of the aquarium that are beyond the fish tank are really what popped up through this, which was really, really pretty neat.
Yep, that's it. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'll be quite brief since all of you, or most of you, participated in this. But we had a lot of fun. We really worked on trying to develop a toolkit for how we can take the passion that you all have, the missions that you are serving, the research that you're doing, and transition from that mission into a clear statement of your passion, and that passion into a clear statement of narrative. We did a little exercise asking everybody to take their passion statement that they wrote for themselves. They shared it with each other. Then they also had to do the tweet or the elevator pitch version of that. So because we know that challenges of too much information can sometimes get in our way for the stories that we need to tell to bring people closer to our passions. We also then moved into a narrative state where everyone was asked to tell their passion through a story about a little girl named Little Brianna, and many people took that challenge and were able to form a narrative statement to tell their story. We also did take a few moments to just acknowledge some of the challenges of transitioning a fact-based stance into a narrative format and what some of the discomfort was with doing that. We also spent a little time talking about to understand who your audience is, so that you're not just telling a story randomly, but who is your primary audience, who are your second and third audience goals, and eventually that will lead you to telling the story in a different way depending on who that audience is. And in that category, we talked about a philosophy of wading, swimming, or deep diving in your subject matter and in how you engage those different guests that you're trying to reach with your story. And then as a wrap-up, we applied story to the Ella challenge that Ella posed this morning. Can we use humor and story to solve some big problems? So we did a great little story workshop where everyone created stories. Half the room created stories to solve the problems of overfishing, and the other half did plastic in the ocean. And I think there's some excellent stories, and some of those will get sent to Katie and hopefully circulated. So you can see what I learned today is that everybody in this room is creative and creative storytelling. It's an iterative process, and you all took a great first step today.
Hello everyone, I'm Harm van Beek. I'm a
one of the Lego designers that worked on this the device here. It's just fresh out of the Charles River. It's still a bit wet. We just had a workshop where people could experience this. So what is this? It is a Lego Mindstorms robot that can go underwater. And the idea is that actually...
32 feet.
Yeah, so it doesn't go that deep. One of the many inputs that we got, actually it should go deeper. The idea is actually that middle school and high school students can use this to do research in the ocean. So we have done this summer with some high school students. This was the second time where we showed it to loads of people, now to the professionals. I was quite excited to see what they would think about this. Most of the input that we got actually was like, okay, we need more sensors, we need this turbidity, and a hydrophone would be amazing. Cool, so actually, I guess that sort of tells us that on the bigger picture, people think that this is a really good idea, that this is something that we can use actually to have kids experience the science of the oceans. So that's really great to hear. I guess the key takeaways was that, okay, so we have a really great tool here to do science. The price might be a little bit high in its current incarnation. Shouldn't we think about maybe underrepresented communities? And there was really one great idea that we hadn't really thought about. What if this can be more in the form of a library? So you can actually borrow this one for, say, a semester or a couple of months to do some research, and then it goes to like a different community. And that was a really sort of eye-opener. Okay, this is actually a thing that we hadn't thought about, because we were also very busy just to keep it watertight, which was quite of a challenge. And again, so then after we had a second workshop, people came around and said, yeah, what about, you know, deep diving and the narrative and all that kind of stuff, the narrative. So I don't know how they got that idea, but actually it was really important because we have a really great tool. It's very sort of sciencey, data-driven engineering. You can do programming in Scratch and all that kind of stuff. But actually, why are we doing this? Why am I learning this? Why am I learning about the ocean? I think that really sort of sets the bar for us to come up with that really great narrative and a way to sort of get kids excited that are not just the nerdy kids that are into programming and so on. So it was a really great session. So we're hoping to continue with this thing and make a better version of it. Thank you.
Let's give a hand for all of our workshop leaders, all of our unsung heroes, the rapporteurs who are taking notes, and to all of you for really diving in there, pun absolutely intended, into all of the workshops. So thank you very much. Now we're going to transition into a couple of short updates on some ongoing projects. Dominique Rizzolo will kick us off with a little report back on the 2017 Ocean Exploration Forum, which was focused on data. And then David McKinney from the NOAA Office of Ocean Exploration and Research will give us an update on a series of workshops that have been going on in collaboration with XPRIZE called The Big Think. So, Dom here.
Thanks, Katie. I didn't know I could change into my Chucks. That's awesome. So, good stuff. All right, we're sticking around. We're almost going to wrap it up, but we'll bring up a slide here and transition into a little bit of an update since our forum last year. My name is Dominique Rizzolo, and I'm at the Qualcomm Institute at University of California, San Diego. I'm a research scientist there, and we like to say that Qualcomm Institute is sort of, I don't know, I would say the Media Lab is the Qualcomm Institute of the East Coast in some ways. On campus, we're the home of quirky, curiosity-driven research. And just a little quick story on curiosity. I'll get some visuals going. So we all have our ocean stories. I just was reflecting on that earlier, thinking about, wow, you know, I didn't grow up near the ocean, but I was a water baby like many of you in the room. And in the forest around where I lived, it was filled with creeks and swamps and ponds. For some reason, I felt that that was the place where I needed to go explore. And I mean, I remember these days as a kid, get an old dive mask that I found at a garage sale and grabbing a fishing knife and jumping into that water and exploring. I mean, imagine that I was a deep sea explorer, you know, swimming down to the murky depths and hunting for treasure and sea creatures. And so I had a chance to go back to one of these childhood ponds not too long ago, and I stood at the edge of this coffee-colored water. I'm like, really? Like, what was I thinking, right? But that's the power of curiosity, and that's what drives so many of us. I mean, taking us to places that, I don't know, they just sort of push us to our limits. So I want to talk a little bit about the forum. We'll get going here on some, oh, here it is. Oh, I got the clicker. Awesome. I don't have to advance. So the National Ocean Exploration Forum, our focus last year was ocean exploration in a sea of data. So we've demonstrated a certain ability to more effectively and more efficiently explore the world's oceans. The real challenge to some of us is how do we explore ocean data? Such a huge quantity of data that we've collected through this whole enterprise of ocean exploration, that maybe we're in a position now where we can, as a complement to our more deductive approaches to marine science, sort of dabble in more inductive approaches to marine science. How do we dive into these data really powered by a different community, one that we're moving a little bit closer to now, and that's the data science community. And we convened, this is in October 2017 at the Qualcomm Institute on campus at UC San Diego. This was a large effort that was driven by David McKinney and Vicky Farini and Adrian Copeland. So we had a great team of co-organizers and supporters to bring the National Ocean Exploration, the 5th National Ocean Exploration, to UC San Diego. So an important part of these forums is fellowship, right? And it's not just about maintaining momentum, but building momentum, building new kinds of momentum. So the fellowship part is very important, the time that we spend not only in this room, but outside this hall, getting together and interacting with one another as a community and building new communities. But one of the things that we thought was really exciting about this forum is to bring students into the forum in a capacity or in a way that hadn't been done previously, and pair these students with mentors in engineering, computer science and engineering, and data sciences to work together with ocean scientists and with other data science mentors to go after some of these research challenges. And it was wonderful to have them there as part of the forum, not traditionally part of the ocean exploration community, but exploring ocean data. So we did this through a number of different demos, I should say. There really were experiments. And they made use of a number of the data visualization labs on campus. We had a project that focused on sonification of ocean data. This is sonometer data that was Bob Ziak from PMEL and David McKinney as well, working with Adrian Copeland and Shiroki Odagari and Grady Kessler on the sonification of data, but also exploring the use of ambisonic recording to explore soundscapes underwater, a whole different kind of exploration. I think that was probably one of the more interesting experiments at the forum. We had some under ice data that was part of the Rosetta Ice program in Antarctica, so radar data that allowed us to look deep inside the ice in Antarctica. This was a collaboration with Nick Frierson and Vid Petrovich, a graduate student at UC San Diego, revealing these data in ways that had never been revealed before through novel approaches to visualization. We explored a number of different immersive laboratories, looking at bathymetry with Vicky Farini. This is John Delaney's OOI experiment that he shared with us at the forum, working with his team, and then in our Wave Lab, looking at the power of point-based visual analytics for understanding coral reef environments. And so our goal through our lab at Qualcomm Institute is to enable analytical reasoning through immersive and collaborative visualization. And that's the important part too. This is not about putting an HMD on and looking at neat point clouds. This is about bringing together not only your colleagues, but other stakeholders and having a conversation about those data, fully immersing yourself in those data in 3D in a collaborative and interactive way. So since then, we've been able to bring some of these data to other communities on campus, particularly through the new emerging undergraduate and graduate data science program. So we have now projects up on the Data Science Hub. We can build undergraduate teams of students who never thought they would do anything having to do with the ocean on campus to explore these data with their faculty mentors and their domain experts. In this case, Vicky Farini is an example of diving into more ocean floor data than most of us know what to do with. So this has been a great thing for us to bring in those data science students, undergraduate and graduate students, and get them excited about marine exploration. And sometimes this involves getting students out to sea. This is Antonella Wilby, who's going to be sharing with you tomorrow. One of the things that's really powerful about these forums is that people get together, make connections, and in this case, these are engineering students who, through these connections made at the forum, went out to sea for the first time. And this is Antonella and Jessica Sandoval on board Nautilus. And so we're really excited that this forum was able to catalyze these kinds of collaborations, getting students out into the field, turning wrenches, digging into the data, and discovering new and amazing things. Shreyas Kamat, another one of our students who would have never imagined that he would do anything having to do with the marine sciences, went out on the Tommy Thompson to collect thermal data, which is a big project that we're working on now to look at thermal fronts in the ocean, and bringing together our electrical engineering, computer science, and engineering students and getting them exposed in a really sort of physical and visceral way to the world of ocean science. So thanks, Katie, and your team for bringing us here, and thanks so much. Appreciate it. Oh. And just one last note, the report, for those of you who are interested, from last year's forum is going to be available at the reception. We have a limited number of copies, but please pick one up. Thanks so much.
All-important clicker. So, great. So as it turns out, I get the last presentation of the day, which is great after a really long day. And also, Jyotika Vermani, many of you know her. She's with XPRIZE. She is actually in Greece right now with round 2 of the XPRIZE, the autonomous underwater vehicle, which I'll mention in a second. So she's not available. And Jerry Schubel, who worked with us on these workshops, is also not available. So it's the last presentation. You're getting the 3rd string. So I'll do the best I can. So this all started, again, a lot of you are familiar with XPRIZE, whether it's from space or from ocean stuff. They're increasingly important in our world as a way to promote innovation, getting entrepreneurs involved, sort of spinning off of what Dominique said. People who might not otherwise think of themselves as oceaneers are formed into teams to get some potentially interesting results. So the test here that Jyotika is dealing with in Greece is for an autonomous underwater vehicle that can be launched from shore or from the air, and at 2 depths, 2,000 meters and 4,000 meters, which is quite deep, do a number of things: collect a photograph, collect some high-resolution bathymetry, and thanks to NOAA with a little add-on, follow a chemical signal to its source. So pretty amazing stuff, and we're hopeful that the XPRIZE process will result in great new instruments for ocean exploration. But as part of that, XPRIZE wisely carved out a chunk of money for a public engagement component. And these are some of my favorite posters related to ocean exploration. I don't know who did them, but they're beautiful and have great messages. One of the interesting things, it says 95% of the ocean is unexplored. Neil Jacobs said 80%. It's a really interesting number because we can have lots of debates about what it means to be explored. But for our purposes and for the public, 95% is a good number. So Jyotika took an interesting approach in setting up these workshops. She wrote a paper, a very, very good paper that we'll make available, right, Katie, on the website afterwards as a resource for you. That asked the question, how come space is so cool, and how come everybody thinks NASA is a great agency, and how come everybody wants to go into outer space and explore Mars, but the same isn't true about the deep ocean? How could that be? And so rather than bemoan our fate as ocean people and be jealous of NASA and wish we had their money and all that kind of stuff, Jyotika actually looked into some of the details and found some pretty interesting results that only 3 of which I'm going to highlight as examples. And please go read that paper. It's really good. So the first thing she found or proposed is that generally in news stories, in film, in anything else related to space, space is presented as being grand and infinite and wonderful and an amazing place that you want to think about. One of the presenters, at the first XPRIZE workshop, Bob Weiss, who's a film producer, said, space offers an infinite number of panoramas in which the mind can wander. The oceans, well, not so much. You're restricted to cold, dark, and maybe you're looking through a porthole and it's kind of claustrophobic. And so just as human beings, we respond to those 2 scenarios in very different ways. The other thing is that space stories are almost universally positive. And at the workshop, the first one we had, I'll talk about in a second, we tried to think of negative things about space. And we came up with space debris. Now there's talk about militarizing space. That's pretty bad. But other than that, it's kind of hard to think of something really negative about space. On the other hand, I really like the manta image from today from Carlos. This one looks like it's dying from hypoxia. The turtle probably should have plastic wrapped around its neck and then all that great debris in the water. A lot of our ocean stories are that way. And so while that may be the reality, and regrettably it is, and we can add to that list as we all know, when all the stories, or typically the stories about the ocean are these negative stories, it's got an impact on the public's imagination. And as a federal bureaucrat, this is one of my favorite slides. On the one side, you've got, I think I counted 18 private sector, government agency, and everything else involved in space in the world. Okay, these are the national space agencies. You've got Virgin, you've got Blue Origin, and the Indians, the Canadians, everybody else, 18. I didn't even try and count the other side, right? And what's interesting is that the 18 have a fairly consistent message. If you're reading something about the landing on the comet, what's last year or 18 months ago, from the European Space Agency, that's pretty aligned with what NASA's doing, and it's pretty aligned with what everyone else is doing in space, and it's all a good story. There are that many different messages out there about the ocean, all from a slightly different angle, all of them trying to distinguish themselves in some way from all the other ones out there so they can raise money or promote their agenda or convey a message that they think is important to the public. And that, too, is part of the problem with space and ocean. So with that small challenge in mind, and there's more to that list, so please, again, read the paper. With that challenge in mind, Jyotika organized these big think sessions. And the first one was very interesting because maybe 30 people, and I believe there were 4 ocean exploration people involved. And I'm eternally grateful that my boss, Alan Leonardi, wasn't able to go, so I went in his place. This worked out pretty well from my perspective. But Jerry Schubel was there, Carly Weiner was there, and maybe 1 or 2 others from the ocean side. Everyone else, were filmmakers, public relations people, educators, journalists, fiction writers. Lots of different perspectives on how to influence the public were there. So we got past the kind of typical conversation that ocean explorers usually have when they get together, and we had a conversation much like we're having here, where we've got such a diversity of interests that we can actually get past the kind of normal descriptions of what ocean exploration is. So condensing it, and don't expect you to read all of these, but there were 2 parts to it after we had to identify our favorite space movie and our favorite ocean movie, and guess what, there are a lot more space movies than there were ocean movies. These were the things that people found inspirational, and these are the things that people found memorable. And you can kind of, this is predictable in a way, but it was kind of interesting to have this convergence among all the people about what inspires people and what makes something memorable from storytelling perspectives, from journalism perspectives, and from media perspectives. What's not on this list is things that make me depressed or things that make me feel hopeless. And so, going back to the slide with the gasping for oxygen manta, or the ray, the theme then became, so recognizing the problems that we have, what can we do about it to present in a different way to the public? How can we message differently so that people can start to care about the ocean and not just give up before they learn anything about it? Which leads us to Big Think 2, which was in September, just a month and a half ago, at Jerry Schubel's Aquarium of the Pacific. So a lot of overlap, not complete overlap, but again, very few ocean exploration people involved. Now, I don't expect you to read this list, but the task was, so now that we know what inspires people and what makes people, what's memorable about events for people, what can we do in concrete terms in different time horizons? So in less than 2 years, what can we do 2 to 5 years, and in 5 to 10 years or more? And you can probably tell this is a brainstorm, and you can tell there's going to be a report that will kind of polish this all up. But interestingly, a lot of the ideas here are also ideas that you guys have come up with here, right? So small ROVs, crowd-driven with experts commenting, well, that's not too far away from Lego or Open ROV or some of the other things that can be done. Science reality shows featuring XPRIZE competitors. Well, that could work. But over here, we're kind of joking that, unifying hashtag influencer campaign, all those like 800 little logos on the one side, getting all those people organized, well, that's probably a dream, but nevertheless, we could try and maybe get a bit more organized. Other ideas over 2 to 5 years. Again, similar things to what we're talking about here. We'll make these slides available afterwards as well. So, and one of my favorites here, I don't have a pointer, but we need to put Aquaman on the Okeanos Explorer. I have this vision of Aquaman holding on to Deep Discover, our ROV, coming out of the water and then visiting the bridge. Someday maybe we'll get that done. But lots of more practical things as well. I would love to see Aquaman on the Okeanos Explorer. I think that'd be awesome. But things really concrete that are worth pursuing, like NOAA and NASA collaborating on an Explorer's Day. So not an Ocean Exploration Day, but just an Explorer's Day to kind of promote and spark the imagination. And then the group was either super optimistic about what could get done in this time period or ran out of ideas. But in any case, in the longer term, it started to get, it seemed like a long time away, and ideas were some of these here that you see. Certainly the idea of capitalizing on NASA's Ocean Worlds campaign. Chris German in the audience is very active in that, along with other famous ocean explorers who are making the linkage between NASA and NOAA on Ocean Worlds. There's quite a bit that we could do here as well. So the upshot is that it's not really about oceans versus space. It's really about oceans and space. How can we leverage each other? How can we promote the ideas of ocean exploration? How can we take some of the positive messages that NASA is so good at delivering and delivering them about the ocean while not neglecting the important work that needs to be done? So here, Jyotika and Jerry in Long Beach. They wish they were here. Jerry will be here tomorrow. Jyotika sends her regards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David and Dom. And we're actually running early, and the bar is open. So not for those of you under 21. So I'm going to just wrap it up for the evening. It's been a long day. You guys have put a lot of brain power into it. So let's call it early and go enjoy our reception. The art exhibit is still up. So please, if you didn't have a chance to look at it during lunch, take a peek. Thank you. And we'll see you back here at 8:15, I think. Something like that.